Excellence. Mayor Halliday, are we ready to start? It seems that we are already in the council chambers.
You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry, I was just waiting for, the go-ahead to start. Is there a go-ahead to start now?
Yes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start the webinar and I'll start the recording. And,
all right.
And then you could go ahead and it seems that we're ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and start recording and then start the webinar.
All right.
Recording in progress.
Go ahead, Mayor.
All right. Are we ready? Yes, there we are. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this concurrent meeting of the Hayward Geologic Hazard Abatement District Board and the Hayward City Council. And it is a particularly special evening this evening for us because for our first item, we are being joined by the members of our Community Services Commission to consider a very special item, which we'll get to in a minute. And then we will be having a meeting of our GAD Board of Directors and doing some business as that. And then we will be continuing with the rest of the council meeting. And so you will see that we are not, the council is not, even those who are in City Hall are not in the council chambers right now. We're in our offices attending this meeting on Zoom. And so with that, I am going to call this meeting to order and ask Council Member Marquez, is she here?
I'm here, Mayor.
All right, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I have a flag behind me.
And if you're able to, and I believe there's a flag in the mayor's office. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you. All 7 members present. And Mayor Halliday, if you allow me, this was also for the Hayward Geologic Hazard Abatement District. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's a concurrent meeting. And so now we're going to move to the first item on our agenda. And I wanted to ask Madam City Clerk, are we going to do a roll call for the Community Services Commission?
No, Madam Mayor. I believe that we only have representatives from the Community Services Commission, so it's not the entire commission.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Great, then. Maybe they can introduce themselves, though. So that brings us to item number 1 on our agenda. And this is consideration of a recommendation from the Community Services Commission to the City Council to adopt a resolution apologizing to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and the Latina community members on behalf of the City of Hayward for its implicit and explicit role in perpetuating historical institutional racism in the City of Hayward. And we will also be reviewing a work plan that has been developed by our staff in cooperation with the Community Services Commission. So with that, I'm going to now turn this over to our City Manager, Kelly McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor Halliday. And I know our acting Community Services Manager, Jessica Lobadon, and members of the Community Services Commission will be doing the presentation this evening. And I just wanted to acknowledge the incredible work of the Community Services Commission to work on this resolution. And I know it's been a long process for them. I've attended some meetings at the CSC. I know the subcommittee has worked very hard on this resolution, and I'm very glad that it is here in front of the City Council this evening. I just also wanted to acknowledge that tonight's presentation, this resolution, and the work plan items are part of many ongoing efforts that the city of Hayward is taking to address racial equity issues and also to address some of the historical inequities that we've identified in our community. A lot of this work for city staff started with the participation in the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, which happened a couple of years ago. But before that, and it was actually a recommendation that came from the Community Task Force that developed the commitment for an inclusive, equitable, and compassionate community. And one of the members of that task force actually recommended that the city look into becoming a member of GARE, which we did. And so that happened in 2019. And it's been a really great opportunity for our city staff to learn more about the history of race and equity issues in our community and more generally in the United States. Participation led to the development of our draft racial equity action plan, which the council actually reviewed initially last May of 2020, actually over a year ago now, and that city staff are working to implement. And also, I want to just say that a lot of the work and the ongoing implementation of our public safety and policy innovation workshops from last summer also came, as a result of city staff learning more about these issues and these concerns in our community. So again, I want to just thank the Community Services Commission and all of the city staff who've been supporting this work. And I look forward to the discussion this evening. And I think with that, I will turn it over to Jessica Lobadan to kick us off this evening.
Thank you, Kelly, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to let Amy upload the presentation and share her screen, and then I'll do introductions. Great, thank you, Amy. So my name is Jessica Lobadan. I am the Acting Community Services Division Manager, and this evening I'm joined by Commissioners Artie Garg, Artavia Berry, Crystal Arizon, and Mick Rubio to present this item to council this evening. Next slide, please. An outline of the presentation this evening. We'll give a brief background on the history of this item and how it came to you all this evening. Do a history on some of the critical events that are referenced in this item. Apologies, that are referenced in this item, really precipitating the need for an apology, as well as discussing the work plan and the associated next steps with this item. So our recommendation this evening is that the City Council adopts the attached resolution and reviews the accompanying work plan consisting of recommended actions from the Community Services Commission and considers any recommended changes to enhance city staff work currently being implemented to address the city's historical wrongdoings and complicity in institutional racism as part of the annual strategic roadmap review process. I'm going to turn this section over to Commissioner Artavia Berry to discuss a brief history of how this item came to be this evening.
Thank you, Jessica, and good evening, everyone. It's great to be before you tonight. I'll offer to frame my comments, a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and it reads, "Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle." So when we talk about the background on this particular item, I want to remind everyone that in our June 17th meeting of the Community Services Commission, we were right on the heels of the brutal murder of George Floyd. So while we were deep into learning about the GARE work, in our June meeting, we were grappling with what everyone saw broadcast on social media, the crystallization of hundreds of years of brutal oppression, police brutality, and a level of racism that unfortunately has been present in our country for a very long time. In our June meeting, I think folks were very moved and insanely emotional about the events being added on top of dealing with the pandemic unfolding at that time. And we acted very quickly. We formed an ad hoc committee who worked very diligently between our June and July meeting to craft a letter, which included short-term and long-term recommendations. We reconvened in July and by unanimous vote approved that letter of recommendations and had it ready to go for City Council in July of 2020. Since then, it's been 16 months. While we acted with a sense of urgency, it would not be honest of me if I didn't share with you that it's been difficult for us as a commission to feel 16 months of time go by before we get to this moment, which we are excited for. As we consider this piece, we want to also acknowledge that it's not just what happened to George Floyd. It's not just what has happened with Black people here in this country over the past 400 years, but it's pervasive across many minority communities. And so in addition to the letter that we crafted, we formed a second subcommittee and crafted the resolution that you have in front of us, which again is comprehensive and pays respect to not only Black folks from the city of Hayward who have historically experienced oppression and racism, but to all peoples, including the Ohlone people on whose land we currently stand. So with that, I will yield to fellow Commissioner Mick Rubio to give a little bit more insight on our work since then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Berry. Could I have the next slide, please? Key to our efforts in drafting this resolution was soliciting opinions and feedback from the community. Here, the resolution that the council has specifically seeks to address many issues, in particular, our history related to Russell City. And with the assistance of city staff and Councilmember Lamnin, we had the honor and opportunity to sit down with the Russell City Art Project Committee. As you're all aware, a volunteer group of concerned and interested citizens who essentially know all things Russell City, but who have also, some of which have been prior residents of Russell City, and that group certainly took great interest in the commission's and our subcommittee's efforts to put together this resolution. I had the honor to sit with them along with Commissioner Arizon and Commissioner Linda Moore, who is not here this evening. But as you can see from this slide, the Russell City group is comprised of 13 individuals in our community, and those names in green on this slide were those in attendance at our July 15 meeting. Just a little bit of a summary of that discussion. It was both informative and educational, as it allowed our committee to not only learn facts about Russell City's history, but to keep these issues in mind during our drafting process. Some examples of these proposed edits included more refined terminology related to identification of BIPOC and other affected groups. Our discussion also included some specifics regarding Russell City itself, its administration, how the community was set up at the time, and the fact that the Russell City itself was not a formally incorporated region in our area. We also sat and learned about the reasoning behind why Hayward and the county, their desire to make this already vibrant community into an industrial park, given its proximity to business thoroughfares such as seaports and railroads. And we also listened to this group's continued interest in addressing the unfortunate effect that this city's and the county's actions ultimately had on the then current residents of Russell City. And we'll learn later on in this presentation more about the continued ongoing impacts that these actions have on BIPOC and other communities today. But in sum, this conversation with our community leaders was both robust and informative and helped guide our drafting process with an eye towards empathy for those truly affected communities. I'll turn it over to Ms. Lobedon for a little bit more on our community engagement.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. I did want to talk about some additional community engagement efforts. This item was discussed at the June 16th and September 15th meetings of the Community Services Commission. And at the September 15th meeting, a public comment was made by Alameda County Board of Education Area 4 trustee Aisha Knowles, who is also a descendant of Russell City. And staff had the opportunity to additionally meet with Ms. Knowles later in September to discuss this item in more depth. And this meeting was formative for a few reasons. Ms. Knowles really was interested in the archival process of how the city is putting forth this item, not only as a matter of public record, but also in recognition that the history of Russell City and Kelly Hill and some of these areas in Hayward and Alameda County, it's very difficult to find written history on these items. And a lot of it is created through oral history and photos and documentation. And so for that reason, as much as the city can, really using this as an intentional opportunity to archive this history. An additional finding from this meeting was around the relationship between Alameda County and Hayward, and how this was really a partnership between the city and the county to annex this area. And one last additional finding was around how the city can better enhance its work and communication with survivors and descendants of Russell City. So just wanted to share some of those findings as well. And so the item before you all this evening, it's part of a trend of the city taking commitment to equity and addressing injustices in our society. Recently dating back to as early as 1992 was the adoption of the original Anti-Discrimination Action Plan, and then more recently, participation in Government Alliance for Racial Equity, a commitment to inclusive, equitable, and compassionate communities. And so the city really has taken a proactive stance on addressing injustices in our community and in society. And so this item really complements that history nicely. So I'm going to turn this item over to Commissioners Artie Garg and Crystal Arizon momentarily. But before we go into the history, I did want to give a rather large caveat that we are not historians, that this is information that has been gathered from resources that are available. And so a really large shout out and thank you to some notable contributions. Maria Ochoa, author of Russell City Images of America. Megan Wilkinson, author of Whatever Happened to Russell City. And Richard Rothstein, author of The Color of Law. And now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Artie Garg.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Council, for having us present today and considering this really important issue. I'll just sort of tag on to the caveat that Jessica just provided, which is that talking about redlining and racial steering is certainly a much bigger topic than a couple of slides. Multiple books and PhD theses have been written on these topics. So I'm just going to, provide a very succinct summary just to sort of set the stage for how this factors into some of the details that Commissioner Arizon will share with us. So just as a reminder, redlining is a explicitly racist policy that has its history throughout the 20th century, began with the Homeowners Loan Corporation, labeling neighborhoods in terms of risk that was really associated with the number of Black residents in a given community. The larger the number of Black residents, the more risky a neighborhood was deemed, and it was redlined. It was painted red on these maps that the Homeowners Loan Corporation sent around the country. Many mortgage brokers use these risk maps to effectively deny home financing to Black Americans. And I'll talk on the next slide about how the legacy of that practice continues to shape our country and our community here in Hayward today. In addition, other practices that also took place in sort of the early and mid 20th centuries and much more explicitly, and then continued implicitly, I would say even later into the 20th century, were practices around racial steering, which directed, again, Black and Mexican American residents of communities away from certain neighborhoods that might have been deemed more desirable because of their location or the housing stock available. And again, this type of racial steering was both explicit. In some cases, properties came with binding covenants that prohibited the sale of homes to residents who were Black or Mexican American. In other cases, it was more normative. Real estate agents might have steered potential buyers away from certain communities. In either case, this very much shaped the communities and the neighborhoods as we see them today. In Hayward in particular, the result of these practices were that many Black residents in particular were steered outside in some cases of incorporated Hayward to the Russell City community and also the Kelly Hill community in the Fairview neighborhood. Can we go to the next slide, Jessica? And so I've already started to sort of hint at what is the ongoing impact of these policies. It's that they've really resulted in our having segregated neighborhoods that continue and perpetuate today in Hayward. And, just to kind of draw the through lines, some of the impact of what that means is not just that we have segregated neighborhoods. It means that the neighborhoods are fundamentally different, partially because Black residents, Mexican American residents were denied the opportunity to build generational wealth by purchasing homes in the mid 20th century. And that has also led to, as home prices have increased in value in this area and it becomes more difficult to purchase new homes, that has impacts on which members of the community experience higher incidences of housing insecurity. And because, again, our school district has schools that are often zoned by neighborhood, it also has significant impacts on the access to quality of education because there are disparities between different schools within the Hayward School District. And so I highlight some of these items specifically because these are items as Community Services Commission that many of the agencies that we recommend funding for tackle as part of our social services programs. And so the disparities that may just seem like maps and colors on a map and lines on a road have real impact on the types of issues that we as a Community Services Commission make recommendations about and hear about from agencies as they ask for funding to really improve the quality of life of residents of Hayward. And so with that, I'd like to actually turn it over to Commissioner Arizon to provide a little bit more detail about Russell City in particular.
Thank you, Commissioner Garg, and good evening, Council. As Commissioner Garg mentioned, I'm going to provide a short snapshot of some of the history of Russell City. So as was just discussed, Russell City was one of the neighborhoods that Black and Latinx families were steered to as a result of redlining. Russell City was an unincorporated area of what is now Hayward in Alameda County. As mentioned, Russell City was home to a large Black and African American and Latinx population. And while it was never an incorporated entity, it provided some of its own civic services and had a very strong community. And what you're going to see in the next few slides are just some photos showing you the Russell City community and what you could find there. I believe we have two more after this as well. And for anyone interested in looking at more photos of Russell City, Maria Ochoa's Russell City Images of America contains more of those as well. So Russell City in the 1950s, Hayward leaders considered Russell City a blight to the surrounding area and sought to rebuild it as an industrial park for the benefit of incorporated Hayward. This goal was further reinforced by the federally sponsored policies of urban renewal at the time. So in 1963, Alameda County and Hayward began the forced relocation of its predominantly Black, African American, and Latinx tenants, bulldoze the entire community and rezone the land for industrial use. And I'm now going to pass it on to Commissioner Rubio who will talk about some of the ongoing impacts of this forced relocation of Russell City residents.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Arizon. As we discuss, it's clear that the impacts of these government-led policies and practice remain visible and relevant today. As we reflect on our history, it's important to note that these decisions made by our city in the past continue to have disparate effects on our community. Here in this slide, the nationwide statistics are noteworthy. White households have the highest levels of wealth in the country, with a median wealth of $171,000 compared to Black families at $17,600. Black families nationwide only own 2.6% of the nation's wealth, though they are 13% of the population. This translates locally, given our history. Something that the committee and the commission reflect on is that, we're very proud of Hayward and its otherwise, sort of progressive stances and its positions on a lot of policies. But, even to this day, Hayward is not, Hayward still struggles a little bit. Here we see 13% of Black residents live below the federal poverty line, compared to 7% of white households. Black households are the only non-white racial group in the city of Hayward to decrease in population size from 2010 to 2019. From 2010 to 2019, there was a decrease of 10% across all Black households and 31% in the lowest income Black households, earning less than $35,000 a year. And all of our sources are included in the staff report if anyone is interested in that. And, so in light of that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Barry for the recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. So while we want to acknowledge that the city of Hayward has been building a history of attempting to promote equity, we also have a history of participating and perpetuating some of the racism that we've learned about. And we continue, as Commissioner Rubio shared, to struggle with sort of the impact and effect of these policies over time. By acknowledging this with an apology to our communities, this is our opportunity to lead the nation by saying, we see it, we'll name it, we will apologize for it, and we will do more to correct it. And so, we suggest that we have reaffirmed the commitment of the city to being inclusive, equitable, and a compassionate community for all, and take the bold move of passing this resolution, which again, in my opinion, and in the opinion of our commission, will lead the nation and set an example for how to acknowledge and move forward from these past hurts. With that, I'll pass it back to Jessica.
Thank you, commissioners, so much for your presentations this evening and for all of the work that you and the Community Services Division has done in moving this item forward. I did want to note, in recognition of what we've talked about this evening, that there's no way we could cover the history of Hayward in this brief presentation. Though we do want to use this as an opportunity for additional opportunities for learning and really hearing from experts in the community to hear more on the history of Hayward, including redlining, racial steering, and Russell City. So now I'm going to be talking about the associated work plan and the next steps with this item specifically. So as part of this item, the CSC recommended 11 tangible actions for the city to take to address the city's wrongdoings and complicity in historical institutional racism. So in order to better articulate these actions with work that's currently being done, staff have created a draft work plan really to better illustrate which items are being done to some extent and which items may need additional resources or staff capacity to address. I'm sorry, Amy, could you go back one slide? Thank you. So I'm not going to go through each of the 11 action items this evening. It is in the attachment 3 of your agenda packet. Some of the items are currently being done or currently being implemented, such as participation in the Government Alliance for Race and Equity and implementation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. Whereas other items such as exploring a reparations program would take additional resources and staffing, allocation of staffing to be able to really thoughtfully address this recommendation. And so for this specific piece of tonight's item, the work plan is not intended to direct staff work at this time. The CSC will be reviewing these 11 recommended action steps at the December 15th meeting of the Commission to provide recommended enhancements for Council consideration as part of the Strategic Roadmap Annual Review process in early 2022. So should Council direct additional work, staff time, and/or resources towards addressing these recommendations, staff recommend that that be part of the Strategic Roadmap Review and Prioritization process. That concludes our presentation this evening. Again, I thank everybody for joining early for this special meeting, and Mayor and Council for listening to this item, and to the commissioners and all the work you've done, and the community members who helped make this item possible. And now we'll turn it over back to the Mayor.
Thank you all, and I'll just echo my thanks to the Community Services Commission and to our staff for this excellent proposal and the work and the staff report that really includes a lot of information. So I think we're going to just, if we could just keep it right now before we open public comment on this item, to questions from Council. So Council Member Zermania, I see that you have your hand up.
Mayor, thank you. I have no questions. I have comments. So I guess I will wait until after the public comment.
Okay, I think we all do, and that is the only hand I see up from the council. So I will open public comment. I think it's somewhat unfortunate that we do not appear to have, at least on Zoom, a lot of members of the public attending, and I don't see any hands up. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of anyone? Is there anyone in the council chambers? I know you're down there and we were going to let people in.
Yes, Madam Mayor, no, we don't have anyone in the council chambers, but if you allow me, I'd like to share the information in case someone is watching via channel 15 or YouTube. If you could see, so any members wishing to join the meeting via Zoom can follow the information on the first page of the agenda, which is also displayed on the screen right now. So there's the information. And then members, either council members or public members participating via Zoom and wishing to speak could use the raise hand icon. And members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9. And well, the next slide is for individuals in the council chambers, and right now we don't have anyone here. With that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I don't see anyone wishing to speak.
So I will go ahead and close public comments on this. And I will say that we will do our best to get the word out so that people, and I'm maybe getting ahead of myself here, but whatever action we take, we need, and I will personally say, I hope that it is approving this resolution, that we will get the word out to the public that we have done this, and we will be discussing the elements of the work plan as we come to them at future meetings. And there are going to be a lot of activities that will come as a result of this. But, I am sorry that we're not seeing a lot of people online at the moment. But with that, I will close public comment on this. And I will go to Council Member Zermania, who has his hand up first.
Mayor, thank you. And thank you to the Community Services members and Jessica, and I believe I also heard colleague Lamon's name as somebody who participated in it. It's a good deal. It's a good plan. Time has come for us to do that. And it goes along well with today's resolution, where we are going to say that we stand against hate. That's one of our resolutions today. So I think that's excellent. Back in 1978, I think I was one of the folks who was prevented from running in a couple of apartment complexes here in Hayward. And that's probably because of my height and my tan and my mustache. And I had more hair at that time. So, but my guess is because for something else, but I'm an optimist. The idea is a very good one. I like the educational aspect that will continue with this, because it's something that's important to ensure that even our youngsters learn about this. So when you have an opportunity, please consider making a presentation to our Hayward Youth Commission so that they can see or hear about a sad history of ours. Let's see, the 11 action items are actually right on tap. My only disagreement is the term Latinx. In my mind, it's not inclusive. It does not include the Californios. If you remember, Guillermo Castro was squatted by William Hayward. So he was a victim, and he was a Californio. He was not Latino. And if you remember also in 1939, close to 1 million Mexicans were picked up and railroaded over to Mexicali. One of them, my compadre Emilio Cervantes, still lives with us here right next door in San Lorenzo. So Latinx does not include them. Latinos is a term that was that came up very popular in 2020, but it does not include many folks who don't know what Latinx means, and they would consider themselves Latinos. I don't include the word Hispanic because normally Hispanic deals with the white European Spaniards who came over. So that, in my mind, they're not people of color. But I would like to see the resolution say Californios, Mexicanos, Latinos, and Latinx, just to be really inclusive. That's my main point. And again, thank you very much for doing this. And let's move forward and start correcting our mistakes that we really didn't do, but our forefathers did. So we can do something about it. Thanks again.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, CSC, for your work plan recommendations and bringing this resolution forward. I want to know if anyone from CSC or staff can let us know or confirm, I don't know if I missed it, but was BWAPA reached out to or NAACP? Just want to make sure that those two groups were acknowledged.
Did you say the first name of the first organization you mentioned?
Black Women Organized for Political Action. I think there actually are some Russell City descendants as part of that group.
So I did not reach out to that group, but staff did reach out to the NAACP. And if any of the commissioners reached out to the first group mentioned, please do share that as well.
Okay. I'm sorry, were you done, Councilmember Andrews?
No, I was just waiting for a response. If not, it's okay. I just recommend that they reach out to them as they've reached out to me regarding this item. So I think they are want to have a conversation about it. And then also, I'm curious to hear more about the first item. I know in the past, I've talked a lot about looking at CEQA and adding that equity lens as another checkbox to be ticked as part of our review of projects, and wanted to know if that was something that was discussed at CSC as it's, I mentioned it during Planning Commission, a couple of City Council meetings, and just wanted to know if that's a way to look at projects. Is that being considered by CSC as something to bring forward?
I just want to clarify. So the question is whether or not using CEQA as like a tool for addressing equity is being considered by the CSC?
Something similar to CEQA. They look at cultural resources as part of CEQA. So wanted to know if that was something that was being or discussed with the development services or planning.
I think we'd have to, CEQA is state law, so we obviously couldn't amend CEQA, but I think if the council wanted to consider, maybe even as part of the housing element update that's coming up this year, I think that would be an appropriate place to look at how the city can apply an equity lens in terms of our goals around housing and development more generally. So I think that might be an appropriate place to put it, to put that sort of review process. I think we can continue to look at that as we do the housing element update this year.
Great. And I just want to say thank you again.
Commissioner Berry had her hand up. I don't know if she wanted to add to that comment that I just made.
Thank you, Kelly. And yeah, I just wanted to point out for Councilmember Andrews, yes, we have been long discussing and have updated our review process the past 2 years to use a racial equity lens as we're reviewing proposals, and we hope to continue to build upon that. I think last year was the first year we got really explicit with it. So just wanted to add that so that we are working on that as well.
Oh, good. Yes, so I definitely, I'm happy to hear that that's happening with the projects that are coming to CSC. The reason why I mentioned CEQA is to look at development projects, and that tool is used for looking at impacts, environmental impacts for construction projects. So it was just something that I was thinking that a way for developers to kind of wrap around their head around doing something. And if you put it with that tool, they actually might get checked because they have to check all these other boxes for their development project. So I would just say, yes, I am supportive of this resolution. I think it's very important.
Councilmember Andrews, you're muted. Councilmember Andrews.
Her signal just died.
Oh.
Yeah, so maybe we'll come back to her when she is able to log back on.
Oh, that's true. She's not moving either. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, and then I'm going to ask if let's see. I thought I saw Commissioner Garg's hand up too. Did you want to comment on that?
Mostly I wanted to provide the same clarification that Commissioner Berry provided about how CSC has made these commitments of racial equity in our own work. I guess one additional piece of information I'll add to that is that we've sort of taken a two-pronged approach, both looking at what projects are being funded and the clients that are being served with a racial equity lens, but also at the organizations we're funding ourselves. I think there's a lot of recognition that Black, Latinx, many people of color as nonprofit founders struggle to get the same level of recognition and funding as white nonprofit leaders. And so we've also taken that very seriously and asked our applicants to provide an understanding of what the racial breakdown of their leadership teams are as well, and what they're doing to make it more representative of the clients they serve.
Great, thank you. Okay, so next I see Councilmember Salinas' hand up.
Thank you, and everybody can hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to again echo the thank yous to the CSC. It's nice and it's refreshing to see that you guys tackle this head on, and so this is good. I think even as my time here on the council, I think this is this particular staff report probably handles this matter probably the most substantively that I've seen, and so thank you for your work and thank you for your efforts. I had a couple of comments, and then, well, I'll do my questions first, but I do have a couple of comments. In terms of budget, will there be, I saw your recommendations, and one of the things I didn't see is, budget. And anytime we take an action, there's, we need to put teeth behind it. And this is something that I'm sure we're certainly going to aggressively implement. So I'm just curious, have we thought about what kinds of resources, financial resources, what might we be using to see this come to fruition?
I know the commission has talked a lot about that particular thing, and making sure that the city does actually put some teeth behind these actions and this work plan. That is our recommendation, is that as part of the strategic planning session in January that we're going to work on, that we incorporate these into the strategic roadmap, which then will get then we'll be able to ask for funding as part of this year's budget cycle. So that's the goal, is to have the council consider these as part of that process, along with the other priorities that are on the city's plate, and ensuring that we can allocate some funding to these items.
And I also am very aware that the fact that this is also part of our strategic planning, that different budgets could certainly help fund all of this. So I'm very aware of that. So and that's good. I'm glad that is. The other comment I have is regarding partnerships, and the comment earlier. I think it was Ms. Lobadan who said that you're not historians. That was sort of the caveat, and I get that. But there's some really good methodological and approaches to take that are truly interdisciplinary in nature. Race Matters is an interdisciplinary discipline. The study of race. Some say interdisciplinary. The new school, of course, says intersectional, and so there are some really innovative intersectional approaches to really get at those narratives, those personal narratives, and I'll just give you a couple of strategies that I noted. There's a professor up at Cal State East Bay. Professor Carlos Salomon, one of the activities, one of the classroom activities he would do, and he teaches history. He had a website where families, it was his students, but students and their families can contribute and upload pictures and narratives and personal stories and personal experiences. And students at the end of the semester would, their culminating experience would be to present those. And I don't know where that has, where that has gone, and I don't know how much that has been developed over the years. I know he was working on that. I don't know how far along it is today, but Professor Salomon certainly would be someone to talk to about, if that project is not on right now, at least he'll have a model that we could look at, that we could use even here in the city, where we can have people upload their experiences. There's also, even now, as we will begin to see an increase, while some populations are decreasing, as noted, we may be seeing an increase in other populations, for example, Afghan. And we should be really looking at collecting those early stories as families are coming to Hayward, adjusting to Hayward, and then pivoting into Hayward life, right? And so we might want to look at that. And to go back to my budget comment is, this might be something that we look into as funding research projects, doing really good ethnographic or case study research projects that we could, fund, graduate students. We can fund either faculty and collect personal stories and collect those narratives, which are very important. And of course, I'm going to plug my ethnic studies colleagues. Least not we forget, we are in the middle of a very ethnic studies rich landscape. We have, of course, Chabot College, we have Cal State East Bay, Berkeley, and San Francisco State, coincidentally, which is the only college of ethnic studies in the country. I'm plugging my San Francisco State. But you also have, Stanford, where, we could certainly draw from. We do not have a dearth of scholarship in these areas. And my last point I will say is this, is that, and I know, you know this, but I have to say it just to say it out loud that it says it, is that, the fact that we're an interdisciplinary or intersectional discipline, we have to look beyond historical records, right? We have to look at public health records. We have to look at, the history of schools. The history of schools and how schools are built and the histories of schools getting built tells you a lot about neighborhood planning, tells you a lot about segregation, tells you a lot about the geography and the proximity of families and children, right? And so, in sum, I guess my point is stay interdisciplinary, stay, intersectional, draw from, the wealth of ethnic studies scholarship that we have in the area, in the region, because, the scholarship is out there and we can certainly benefit from it. But again, just wanted to thank all of the CSC for doing this. And this is looking forward to our next meeting on this. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also give my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the commissioners who went above and beyond their normal duties on the CSC Commission and taking time to write us the letter, also to come up with the work plan to work in collaboration with staff. I am in full support of adopting the resolution, and will just, say for myself that I wholeheartedly apologize for what has happened in the past. I was not old enough to know firsthand, but I have heard stories. I did spend a lot of time in Kelly Hills, so I have lots of friends that were displaced, their family members were displaced. So I do have some different type of understanding of what that impact was to many, many community members. I also know that we have many employees, one of which we saw listed as someone who participated in this process, whose family was also from Russell City. I know a lot of people in our community struggle with what happened in the past. So it is appropriate for us to acknowledge that, to name it, to call it, to apologize for it, and figure out a way to work together to heal, to move past that and figure out what we could do to address and mitigate those impacts. I know that through the updates from the CSC, we'll be revisiting this in, I believe, January. We have a tentative date for our strategic roadmap. So I just want to say that I'm in support of the work plan, but also just to caution us that we do have to be deliberate and careful, because everything that we'd like to do, we have to identify the funding source. So I just ask that the CSC look closely at the work plan and kind of prioritize, in terms of kind of short, mid, and long-term goals, because we have to be realistic. We're not going to be able to get to everything within the first year or two, but I don't want to lose sight of our intention to eventually work through the entire plan. We just really have to focus on what's going to be the first set of priorities. So I look forward to that ongoing discussion and happy to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. First, a technical question. Did we have a motion?
No, we don't. Would you like to make one?
Sure. I would be most honored to, although I'm sure my colleague, I'd love to make this as like a group motion because I'm sure everybody would like to, but.
I was going to make it to begin with, but I thought, no, I'll get, but I know, I mean, I think we could all make it. We've already heard from most of the council, and I can't imagine that any of the ones we haven't heard from yet are going to not approve it. Go ahead and make the motion. Or, I mean, you are our liaison to the Community Services Commission, Council Member Lamnon. So if you would like to make the motion, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to.
I would be happy to have the mayor of the city make this motion. So let me make my comments and then I'll let you do that.
All right, thank you.
I think that's totally appropriate.
And if you don't second the motion, Mayor, I will.
We can have multiple seconds if we want.
How about we all second?
I think that might be nice. And I appreciate giving me the opportunity to do that. So go ahead and make your comments.
Thank you. So I absolutely want to add my appreciation to the commission and to the city staff, and also to former Commissioner Alicia Lawrence, who drove some of these conversations and a lot of the awareness, at least for me personally, as well as in multiple public settings. And so just wanted to sort of bring her back into this conversation as well. And a lot of what I had thought about saying has been said, so I won't repeat any of that, but I will add, I think there's a real opportunity also as we talk about this in January and possibly tomorrow night at the CSC about adding some measurable outcomes. I know some of my colleagues have mentioned that, and some of the commissioners have said that very well as well. And I really look forward to that being a part of this discussion of how do we measurably get to, perhaps it's the equity checklist that Councilmember Andrews mentioned. I think using the approach that CEQA lays out, but with an equity sort of checklist, I think that's really well said. And, you know, that we can use that approach intersectionally across the various departments in the city. And the last idea was perhaps in the coming year, something the Youth Commission might want to take up to build on the framework that was created by Tennyson Thrives, but to do that around Russell City. So just a thought to get at some of the education goals and some of the research goals raised by my colleagues. So appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and make this motion to support passing this resolution. And I would appreciate any council members who would like to second that motion, not with Zoom, but physically raise your hand right now, because I can see all of you, I think. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I can see everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, you all raised your hands. Okay, so Madam City Clerk, please be sure to let the record reflect that the motion to support this resolution was made by Mayor Halliday and seconded by every single other member of council. And then, sorry, we have not heard yet from Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Wahab, go ahead. Do you have any comments?
I fully support this. I'm actually very happy. I also support the comments of all my colleagues. You know, I also want to highlight that our Hayward Library should definitely highlight the history, even if it's an oral history, to Councilmember Salinas' point of, you know, having even some students work on something. I think that we can do something like that. The acknowledgement of also just generally when we do remove folks and cities do, you know, every city has its own history. An acknowledgement is the least we can do, right? And I think that the work that needs to be done is the repair of damage, but what does that really look like 1 generation, 2 generations, you know, a couple of decades later, 100 years later, whatever that looks like. So I think that this is a start. I'm very happy with the staff to not only interview folks, but talk to people, educate yourselves as well as us, as well as the larger public. And I think that's the most important thing. That, you know, oftentimes when we talk about American history, we talk about the South, and the reality is that even very, very close to us and very recently, there was redlining in many of our neighboring cities. There was, you know, pushing out of folks. There was a significant amount of discrimination, and there will continue to be. I think the council members that mentioned the Afghan refugee population, we hear comments today, by a wide variety of folks, including governors that have actually tweeted out that they do not want these types of individuals in their community, city, and state. So as much as possible, I would recommend that we continue the efforts. So, this resolution is definitely a starting point, but being able to build on that, being able to be as inclusive as possible. And to Councilmember Zermeño's point, the larger, I'm going to say, as inclusive as possible with the Latino culture, because their history is not only indigenous, but also significantly different depending on which wave and when they were here and so forth. So being as inclusive as possible. I also have heard different things, but again, I'm not a historian on this, of certain Asian communities that have also been affected that were, working in this area, that have also been treated unfairly. And so just, making sure that we are accounting for all those affected, even if it was a small population amongst another smaller group. And just making sure that we highlight this. I think that we have to acknowledge it every single year on a specific date even. We have to post it on social media, educate the public, have it at our Hayward Library, have it on our newsletters, our social media blasts, and just acknowledging our commitment to right or wrong years later. So I genuinely do appreciate the work of the commission, to Councilmember Lamnin for being the liaison and pushing this through, and every single staff member that has been working nonstop on equity issues, and to our city leadership. So I really want to thank you all, and I appreciate this. I'm looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to start out by saying that I think this is one of the best pieces of work, efforts by any commission in our city that I have seen in my 18 years of being on the city council, or even going back to the 10 years before that, I was on commissions, and even more than 10. But anyway, I am very proud of the commission that we have selected the right people, and they have met the moment. And I'm really proud of what we're about to do here. I want to add that it isn't just, I don't know if we want to deal with Councilmember Zermeño's point, although I would say that some of those words he used actually seem to leave out women. So there you're, but, which is, I believe, why the term Latinx came into being. But so I don't know about that one. I would like to make an amendment, though, to the staff recommendation. And that is, and I want to make this recommendation because I want to make sure this resolution is not criticized for being inaccurate in some way. And when you go to the resolution, in the second whereas paragraph, it says that following annexation into the city of Hayward, all residents were evicted and burned out of their homes and communities without appropriate compensation in 1966. It's not entirely accurate to say that all residents were burned out of their homes, but it was, from what I understand, it did happen with some frequency. So I would like to suggest changing that line in the resolution to all residents were evicted, and many of them were, and in many cases, burned out of their homes. And I happen to have a copy of Maria Ochoa's book on Russell City. And I'm just going to turn to a picture, which I don't think that is going to show up very well on Zoom, but it's a picture, if you can see it, of a fireman putting out a fire. And the caption on this photograph notes that the fire taking place was the 6th one in a week in the community. So I can say that it is not inaccurate to say in many cases. And I just don't want there to be someone saying, well, they all weren't. And I think that we need to, I don't think that changes it very much, but I just don't want I just wouldn't want to, this resolution to be subject to criticism that it had a slight, overstatement. And yet it is astonishing that arson was committed to apparently to avoid properly compensating people for the loss of their homes. And I do thank, Maria Ochoa and all of the people who have helped put this history forward. And I think our historical society plays a big role here, as well as our library. And I know our library has already much of this history, and I know oral histories have also been recorded. I certainly haven't read or researched. I don't know if they've all been transcribed, but I hope that we have the history there. In thinking about what we can do, and the work plan is wonderful, when I think about a way that we can provide some reparations, and being a representative from the Alameda County Mayor's Conference to the Association of Bay Area Governments Board, we just approved Plan Bay Area 2050. And there are a lot of things in that plan, but one is to help support home buying for first-time home buyers, for people who have not been in the market. And so I think, and I know that in our own plan, we are looking at doing something along those lines. I mean, it does mean a lot of money, but I think that there may be money at the regional level to do this. And I would also suggest that we might consult our friends, our current businesses, banking and real estate, to see if perhaps their associations might like to make, or their businesses themselves might like to make some contributions to such a fund. Because after all, the real estate and banking industries were very much cooperated with this redlining. And finally, I just want to say, that we have all been hurt. It isn't just, of course, the people who suffered, many of the people who were directly hurt by some of these things are gone now, but their descendants are here with us. But we were all hurt because as a member of the white community, I know that I was, and I think all of us in Hayward right now are hurt. I mean, we're proud of our city. I think our city is a good place and does a lot of good things, but it could be a much better place perhaps if these things didn't happen in the past. We see the contributions being made now by the people of color in our community, and to have deprived them of having positions, in city government, or, being able to even consider doing such a thing and not being so preoccupied with just feeding their families because they couldn't get good jobs. And all of that has hurt all of us here in the present. I know also, I have to say, as a little girl, I remember hearing the word blockbusting, and what that was, I believe, is realtors who stood up at the time and opposed practices like redlining and the steering things that have been, and I remember asking about that, and I remember that it kind of shut down the conversation and people didn't want to talk about it, and it was hushed up, and so, and my phone is ringing, but sorry about that. But I think that, even just growing up with those kinds of attitudes, it was not good. It was not healthy. And I hope that we can change that all. And so with that, and just another great thanks to the, to the commission and to everybody who worked on this. I want to say thanks and ask if, let's see, all of you as the seconder of the, I don't know whether you actually, do you want to make that amendment, Council Member Cermeño, or are you okay with the way it is?
I do. There have been several studies done on the use of the masculine form, Californios Mexicanos, and it is inclusive. So women are not left out. So
you want to add Californios and
Californios, Mexicanos, Latinos, and Latinx.
Is that acceptable to everyone who's, because you all seconded the motion? Is there anyone who objects to expanding that to include those other groups? Okay, then we will add that in. And then also the one I suggested about changing that line to say in many cases. burned out of their homes. Does anyone object to that? Okay, so with those two slight amendments to the resolution, the motion to support the staff recommendation with those two slight amendments made by myself and seconded by every other member of the City Council, we will proceed with a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So it is the motion with two friendly amendments. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
See.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, we have passed this resolution. And I know that despite the fact that we don't seem to have a robust attendance to this meeting, we do plan to, according to our city manager, I believe, publicize this action that we just took in a much bigger way to, starting tomorrow, I think. And I think we'll be talking about it for a long time to come. So with many thanks to the community service commissioners who were attending tonight and to the rest of your group. Thank you for joining. Thank you to those of you who joined us this evening. And we will now, I think now is when we are going to take a short a recess of maybe about 15 minutes, as those of us who are in City Hall are going to move down to the council chambers now. And the community service commissioners are very welcome to stay stay with us here, but and continue watching the meeting. But we will take a brief recess in the meeting now, and we will reconvene at approximately 6:30.
Thank you, everyone.
So are we back? It's 6:29. We're going to start again in just a few seconds. As soon as it hits, yeah, okay. All right, can we go ahead? Miriam, are you ready? Everybody ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right. Welcome back. We're going to continue this concurrent meeting of the Geologic Hazard Abatement District Board and the City Council, which are one and the same, and go back to our agenda after having a very good session with members of our Community Services Commission and approving a resolution at their recommendation apologizing for past injustices directed toward Indigenous and BIPOC communities here in the city of Hayward. And we are now at the part of our meeting where we are sitting as the Hayward Geologic Hazard Abatement District, or GAD, Board of Directors. And I'm going to start by asking if there is any public comment regarding the GAD board, regarding the GAD districts in general, or GAD matters in general, that are not otherwise on the agenda that we have before us for the GAD board, which includes just 3 items, the main one being annexation of the Hayward SOME development into the Hayward GAD. But seeing no raised hands either from people on Zoom or people here in the chambers, and Madam City Clerk, you're not aware of anyone, are you, who wants to speak?
I'm not aware, Mayor, not for the GAD meeting.
All right, I will close public comment. I will note that we have our GAD manager here with us this evening, Mr. Harrell. But we will now start with the consent calendar on the GAD agenda, and that is items 1 and 2. One is approval of the minutes from the special meeting of May 25th, and the other is the approval of the minutes from the special meeting of October 26th. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on those items? Seeing no one, I'll close public comment on the consent calendar and entertain a motion. Or questions, any questions from council? Seeing none, I will move the consent calendar. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mayor.
All right, I heard seconds from, actually, thank you, Councilmember Marquez. I heard Councilmember Lamnon, who's right next to me first. So with that, on the motion to approve the consent calendar, items 1 and 2, on the motion by myself and seconded by Councilmember Lamnon, Madam City Clerk, do you need to do that, Mr. Harrell, or call the roll for the vote? Or our city clerk can do that?
The clerk would use, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Board Member Andrews.
Aye.
Member Lamnon.
Aye.
Member Marquez.
Aye.
Member Salinas.
Yes.
Member Wahab.
Yes.
Okay. Member Cermeño.
Aye.
Chair Holliday.
Yes, and the consent calendar is approved with a unanimous vote. And now we will go to item number 3, which is a public hearing on adoption of Resolution 21-3, approving the annexation of the Hayward SOME development into the Hayward GAD and approving the draft Hayward SOME development plan of control. And so I will turn this over to Mr. Harrell, our GAD manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Holliday and board members. Before the board tonight is a resolution to do 2 items. One is to approve the annexation of the Hayward SOME development into the Hayward GAD. The second is to approve the draft plan of control for the SOMI development. In approving the Hayward SOMI development, the City of Hayward required that the development be included within the Hayward Geologic Hazard Abatement District. And on October 26, 2021, the GAD was presented a petition for annexation to include the SOMI development into the Hayward GAD. That resolution was accepted, and the hearing set for tonight to consider annexation of the development into the Hayward GAD. If approved, the SOMI development would be the third development within the Hayward Geologic Hazard Abatement District. This includes the reserve development and the hideaway development, which are also part of the Hayward GAD. In connection with the proposed annexation, we have provided a draft plan of control for the SOMI development. Each of the other two developments has their own plans of control, which have been adopted by the GAD board previously. From the earlier version of the plan of control that was with the petition for annexation, I'd like to just point out two relatively minor changes to provide a little more clarification within the plan of control. One was providing more definition on a wetlands area that was mapped partially mapped within the Geologic Hazard Abatement District, and what the GAD's responsibilities would be for that. The second was just an additional clarification about the GAD responsibilities for storm drain improvements on future GAD-owned parcels. The GAD will own land within the development. So so that's the reason that we presented this as a draft plan of control, is just since we did change it from the petition, we wanted the board to, if they had any comments, we can include those in producing the final version. But the version in your packet does show the final language that we are proposing for the plan of control. So what's proposed tonight, in the absence of a majority objection of the property owners of the GAD, is to approve the annexation of the Hayward SOMI development to the Hayward GAD, and to approve the draft Hayward SOMI development plan of control, which would be produced as a final version. GAD staff is available for any questions. We also have Amara Morrison, who's on the teleconference, so we also have the GAD attorney with us tonight if there are any questions related to that. We're available for any questions.
All right. Are there any questions from council about what is before us in item number 3? I am not seeing any questions, so I'll open public comment on this item. Is there anyone either here in the chambers or are attending on Zoom or remotely? I'm not seeing any hands raised among attendees. I'm not, the city clerk is shaking her head that she's not aware of anyone who wants to speak here in the council chambers or on the phone. So I will close public comment and entertain a motion. So moved. Okay. The staff recommendation from the GAD manager has been moved by Council Member Salinas.
Second.
And seconded by Council Member Zermeño. Are there any council members who wish to comment on this? Nope, seeing no hands raised, we will, we will move to a roll call vote on the motion that was made by Council Member Salinas and seconded by Council Member Zermeño.
Yes. Member Andrews.
Aye.
Member Lamnan. Aye. Member Marquez.
Aye.
Member Salinas.
Yes.
Member Wahab.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Cermeño,
Yes.
Chair Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. So we will now move on to the GAD manager's report. Do you have a report for us this evening?
We've finished all our fall maintenance. We're ready for winter rains, so we're looking in good shape right now.
All right, that's good to hear. Any reports from board members or referrals or requests for future agenda items? I just wanted to thank Mr. Harrell and for the, I know that at one of our prior meetings, we asked that a mailer be sent out to the residents in the GAD area, just letting them know if they had any, concerns, complaints, comments, that, who we were, how to reach us all. And that was done, and I assume it was sent out. I know that I saw the draft of it, and it was very nicely done. So I appreciate that effort. And I would, did you have any response to that you could share? No.
No, we did not receive any response.
All right. Well, we got it out there, so thank you for that. So with that, I think we can move on. I'll note that no future GAD meetings are scheduled at this time, but they will be properly noticed when I'm sure we will be having one at some point.
Yeah, they will be bringing back the engineer's report for the SOMI development to provide a intent to order an assessment when that's finished.
Okay, great. Well, so we will see you then. But with that, I think we can close this geologic hazard abatement district part of our meeting and move on to our regular city council meeting. And now we will put our city council, take our GAD board member hats off, put our city council hats on, and move into the next part of our meeting. And that is we have a very special guest this evening, someone who actually used to sit up here on this dais with me, and I believe Council Member Cermeño as well. That, of course, is our wonderful representative to the California Assembly, Bill Quirk. And I see him here. He is on Zoom with the Capitol building behind him. You're not really there, though, are you, Bill? I mean, are you, Assemblymember Quirk? But anyway, we are very happy to have you at our meeting this evening. And so I'm just going to turn this over to you and ask you to go to proceed with informing us about what's happening in Sacramento.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. And it worked. That's so happy. It's good to see you all. I also served with Mark Salinas. I'm very happy to have supported Elisa, Angela, Aisha. Is there anyone I'm missing? Is Al still on here? No. Well, good group of folks. I supported him as well. He was sort of my successor, I would think, in many ways, and has done an extraordinary bit of good work. All right, so this is the legislative update. I'm showing you this just to indicate that we take COVID very seriously. I take it more seriously than most because as a senior citizen, I am more likely to catch it and have adverse consequences. So I was dressed up pretty well most of last year. Now I'm vaccinated and I just wear an N95 mask, but it's we take it as seriously as we're asking everybody else to take it. And I also keep social distance. Matter of fact, I was at jury duty today, and I will say that everyone had a mask. We were keeping social distance. It's just a great example of Alameda County having low rates because of all the work that people do in the Bay Area. So thank you to everyone who is wearing masks and being vaccinated. All right, so next slide. It's a relatively calm end of session. So last year, to put it mildly, it was a mess. We had a lot of problems. In particular, oh, wait a second, I should go to this. So you see the whole thing, okay. We we just had too many bills that have been started at the beginning of the year to work through with all of the time that we had. This year, we were told there was a limit of 12 bills per member, and you could only, in other words, bring 12 bills that would move out of the Assembly to the Senate, and similarly, if you were a senator, 12 bills that would move out from the Senate to the Assembly. Ordinarily, you're allowed like 20. So this was a big change and an important one, and it really helped us take care of things at the end of session. But that isn't to say that there wasn't a lot getting done. First of all, in February, I supported, and by the way, the legislature has given a lot of authority to Governor Newsom. That's not something the legislature really wants to do, but we realized that right at the beginning that there was no way a legislature, which takes months to pass a bill, could handle an emergency like this. For example, the governor telling us right after the Bay Area shut down, that to be a statewide shutdown, which frankly saved us from becoming another New York City. So we saved many lives, I think, by giving Newsom that authority. So in February, we did the Golden State Stimulus, providing $600 checks to 5.7 million lower income Californians, including undocumented households. We spent a couple of $1 billion helping small businesses with relief grants. And then tax cuts allowing business to deduct $150,000 in expenses covered by the federal Paycheck Protection Program. I wanted it to be 100%. So the money they got from the Paycheck Protection Program is considered to be income. On the federal side, there was to be no taxes on that. On the state side, we only limited that deduction to $150,000. That was not our idea in the legislature, but it was the governor's, and in the end, he won that battle. So we also offered fee relief for thousands of restaurants, bars, hair salons, other state legislation. And all of this was made possible because we could see that we were expecting the economy to go down, and it did, but most of the taxes are paid by high income folks, and those folks didn't lose jobs. Those folks did very well, and the stock market went up. So for that reason, we had much more income than we had expected. So we were able to put in, and this is in February, almost $8 billion in relief. This also included $100 million in emergency financial aid for low-income community college students, aid for farm workers who, if they're required to quarantine, can't make money, and that was pretty important. We have to keep them healthy, and because we depend on them when we're not having to quarantine to get us food, some of the healthiest food you can have. Also sent emergency food assistance to food banks and diaper banks. Again, we were getting more money than we expected. So for the budget that's approved in June, we sent out more stimulus checks for families with income up to about $75,000 or less, which is roughly the median income in California. $1.5 billion to small businesses and nonprofit grants, $15 billion from the federal government to accelerate and return to in-person instruction, which now is well entrenched across the state, and $400 million for school-based mental health services. Needless to say, with kids having their lives disrupted, having difficulty seeing their friends, et cetera, that's essential. And then $12 billion. So again, you'll notice about all of these things, they're one-time payments. And again, we expect that this unusually large amount of income is something that's not going to be repeated. So we did $12 billion over 2 years to combat homelessness. This is by far the biggest investment we've had in that. So this was major work. $1.5 billion to support forest health and fire prevention, We've actually set up a separate unit now to work on fire prevention and forest health. $5 billion over 4 years for water resilience, water recycling, groundwater cleanup. I'm hoping that Hayward will consider recycling their sewage water with sewage treated water, which right now has secondary cleanup and going to tertiary cleanup. Hoping that in fact you'll apply for some of that money. Because we're going to be losing money, I can get into that if people want over time. We're going to be losing water from the San Joaquin Valley from the San Francisco PU's Public Utilities Commission, water from the Tuolumne and the Hetch Hetchy Dam. We're going to be losing water, and we really are going to need to do more in the way of water recycling. And it's also environmentally favorable compared to desalinization, and cheaper and easier. 6.6 billion over 3 years for zero emission vehicles. For example, this is infrastructure for hydrogen vehicles, for electric charging stations, 2,000 buses, et cetera. 3.7 billion over 3 years for climate resilience. So it'll end up, I think, primarily being used, seems like a lot of money, but it's not. Hayward and the Bay Area has probably $100 billion needed just to prepare for sea level rise. And by the way, Hayward is way ahead of many other cities. We, in fact, while I was on council, developed the idea of horizontal levees, of building up our marshes in a way that could prevent flooding inland. So Hayward is way ahead in this. $812 million for renewable energy, transportation. Now, the money for high-speed rail has not been allocated yet. The reason for that is that the speaker in particular and many of my fellow members, including me, would like to see that money spent in a way that it's actually useful. And rather than finishing this current plan to move people from Bakersfield to Merced, we'd like to see some of that money go to speed up trains in the Bay Area in Southern California, around Los Angeles, and perhaps San Diego. We'll see how that all comes out. We did put in $3.5 billion for transit again, and $2.5 billion for road maintenance, $6 billion for broadband, 2 points now. So up until now, it's all been one-time funds. This is new. This is $2.7 billion to expand transitional kindergarten programs for 4-year-olds and professional development for early childhood programs. We do not have enough people to handle these sorts of programs, and nor do we pay them enough. And we've also been fighting for higher wages because we're going to need a lot more people. And the idea here is early childhood development is priceless. So I also worked to take care of needs in our own local area. In particular, $1 million to the Stack Community Center. That's formerly the Eden Community Center in South Hayward. And also 662,000 allocation to the Hayward Navigation Center. One of the big problems Fremont has is the intersection between I-680 and 880. You have to go over Mission Boulevard to get between the two freeways. This is money for, again, planning of how you would do that transfer. Right now, the 101-880 intersection has a higher priority, probably should, but we're hoping with money from the federal government that we'll be ready to use that for this interchange. And it is certainly one of the biggest problems area in the Bay Area. $1 million now. This is one where it's beyond. This is $1 million a year for the California Mosquito Disease Surveillance Program, CalSurv. And I know Barbara Halliday was quite proud to be on the California Mosquito Surveillance Program. Forgotten who is it. It works for our mosquito abatement district now on the board, but it's a very important program. And then $10 million for the University of California Institute for Transportation Studies. And this is what they're going to be looking at is what's the proper balance between development of electric vehicles and other zero emission vehicles. I have a hydrogen car myself, and I can get into this if people have details, but there are many advantages hydrogen has over batteries, and particularly for lower income neighborhoods where you don't have your own garage. You're in an older apartment building or you park on the street. And then there's another $5 million one-time spending for the California Council on Science and Technology, which over the next 5 years would fund their response to emergencies brought forward to them. Lately, for example, they've worked on the what needs to be done to prevent the sort of forest fires we've had. In addition, I asked for a mere $500 million for the next 5 years for foreclosure prevention. A lot of other people agreed with this, but I was the chief sponsor of this ask. And we did get it, and there's going to be a program, and we're getting the details of it set in now. But again, this was just an unbelievable year. But of all these things, all but the $1 million a year for the mosquito disease surveillance program is one-time money. We, of course, work very hard to protect not only tenants, but small landlords. If you have just a few buildings and your renters can't pay, you may not be able to pay the mortgage. In addition, of course, we talked about the foreclosure prevention program. So there was $2.6 billion in federal funds. We're offering to pay the landlords 100% of the tenants' remaining back rent owed. So this is relief not only for tenants, but for landlords. And we're particularly concerned about the smallest ones because they are the ones who could end up with foreclosure if they're not helped. So we had a very successful legislative program. And again, when we get into the questions, you can decide whether or not you like all these things that were signed. Elimination of single family zoning. So again, this was done, there were a lot of compromises made in this. In particular, you have ability to put 2 houses plus ADUs on a single family zoning lot, but you have to agree with certain city standards. And I'm not prepared to talk about that in detail tonight, but I can come back at another time and just go through all the different compromises that were made here. We have the ability to build 10 units on a single family zoned lot if it's near transit. Right away, we have this warehouse quota transparency and protection breaks. This was signed. Here we're concerned that if Amazon or another warehouse owning company has quotas for workers, that they know what those quotas are, and also that they protect their breaks so that they don't feel that they have to work over a break or over lunch. We did have agriculture union election through card check. That was vetoed. We did, I think, a very important bill to decertify police officers who were found guilty of particular types of crimes. This means that you just can't move from one police. So prior to this, most of the records of police officers were kept confidential. We've also gotten rid of that confidentiality in many cases. And this is going to prevent officers who have been found to have committed grave violations from working in another place. And all but like 4 states had this process already. It's ending, we're going to be ending secret settlements on harassment and discrimination. So if it's a sexual harassment suit, you either go to court or you settle, but if you settle, you can't have a non-disclosure agreement, which has been happening, which means that people can get away successively with harassment, successively with discrimination. And if it's settled out of court, nobody ever knows. So this is a very important visibility change. And then we also did ethnic studies for high school students. And this, you know, there were just so many members of the assembly who got up and said, boy, my ethnic group just hasn't been recognized for their contributions here in California. And this is a chance to do that. So we will have that as a requirement. A couple of years down the road, they're still working on the guidelines for these studies, and it's going to be a little while before they're ready. I think 2 or 3 years. Although a school district can start sooner if they wish. We also added dependent parents to health plans. So if you're in your 70s or 80s and living with your children and they're taking care of you, they can be added to your health plan. Teaching mental health in middle and high schools, that was signed. So they're looking at telling students about habits that'll support their mental wellness, what the symptoms are of common mental health conditions, and how to seek help. And my own daughter just, you know, she needed help when she was in junior in high school, and we sent her to somebody who could help her, and she got a lot out of it. So this is really important that people know when they have a problem and how to seek help. Debt settlement firms, we have now disclosure and cooling off periods. There's now going to be gender neutral toy sections. So the trucks will be next to the dolls. You know, I had a brother who loved dolls. And I will admit that my grandson loves trucks and trains, but, you know, get a chance to see the dolls too. And of course, a lot of boys play with dolls. They're just called action figures. Truth in recycling. This is really important to me in particular. Right now, really only plastics labeled 1 and 2 can be recycled in any kind of a cost-effective way. In theory, you can recycle 3, 4, 5, but not really. And from now on, unless 60% of the plastic is actually recycled, you're gonna have to take those numbers off. Because when you put the numbers on, and I know this from talking to my wife, people just assume, oh, anything with a number, that can be recycled. Well, that's not true. So from now on, we're going to have that. Now, again, it's a few years down the road. Again, we're setting precedent here in California. And my guess is that this will become true nationwide as other states also follow in our wake. And at some point, the industry decides that. And by the way, it was the industry that came up with the idea of labeling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for plastics. That was not something the environmental groups ever wanted. Free press at protests. This was vetoed last year because we didn't define very well what press was. And now it's clear that press is going to be people with actual press credentials from recognized sources, as opposed to somebody who just has a blog. So that was something the governor asked for when he vetoed this similar bill last year. My bill package. So of course, I know from being here on the council how big an issue illegal dumping is. And it's, you know, it's so hard to enforce. So it's not that we don't have laws against it, we do. The problem is enforcement. But this allowed one more method of enforcing, and that is if a regular contractor who is certified by the contracting board, if a regular contractor dumps on illegally, he or she will lose their license. They'll lose it. Cannabis statute of limitations. We still have people, matter of fact, it's the majority of people, supply cannabis who are actually avoiding the regulations. And for example, they are farming illegally, taking water illegally, using too many pesticides, putting out a product polluted with pesticides, et cetera. Building a case takes a long time. So we've extended the statute of limitations for people who violated that. Contaminated site cleanup deals with contaminated sites and making sure that whether this is gasoline leaking from a gas station or some other underground pollutant, that the people who clean it up are properly certified. I've made it easier again to do permitting, in this case we're talking about the Generation 5 as they are coming out. Mercury thermostat collection just hasn't been done well over the years. We don't want mercury polluting our landfills, or worse yet, being discarded illegally. So we came up with a program, which I'm very proud of my staff, because they got both the environmental groups and the industry groups on board for this to make it a much better program, more advertising, more places where you could bring back the thermostats, and a prize of $30 for bringing them back. AC transit modernization was more or less a technical bill. Caltrans encroachment permit, this makes it easier for laying cable in Caltrans right-of-ways. Child care subsidy pilot sunset extension. In Alameda County, we actually give more money than the state would say is necessary because we have a high cost of living. This extended the sunset of that program. We're still going to look at it on a statewide basis, and in a year or two, this will have to be looked at systematically. I had a bill vetoed. Governor didn't understand it. Cannabis advertisement. I can talk about it if you want, but it takes a little while. And there's we had Safe Drinking Water Act signed. Altogether, 10 passed, 9 signed, 1 vetoed. All right, and then we had resolutions. Again, Muslim Awareness Month. I had no idea when I started this how grateful the community would be. We also have a state scientist awareness month, and I've worked with particularly Aisha Wahab. Others are asking to take a look at this as well. Next year, we'll be sending a resolution of welcome for the Afghan refugees. Aisha actually put in the draft of this, and we're putting most of her work into a bill that we will pass next year. So this is how I can be contacted. State Capitol or the district office, you can give a call. I also have here my chief of staff, Deborah Cox, and her email, and my Capitol director, Evan Gayorkas, and his email. So if you have questions about legislation, get a hold of Evan. If you need help, call our district office or send an email to Deborah. So that does it. I'm going to stop sharing now. Although I can get back to these, I can share later if there's a desire to take a look at any of these slides again. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Assemblymember Quirk. And I especially want to thank you for the grants for both the Stack Center and our Navigation Center. Both, hopefully we'll see that Stack Center built sometime in the near future. And definitely the Navigation Center has been continuing to help house people who are without shelter especially in the last year and a half during this pandemic. So we really appreciate both of those grants. I'll ask if any of my colleagues have any questions or comments to share.
Let me add one other thing, which is that we may be able to do grants again this year to cities. And for heaven's sakes, let me know what your priorities are. And ask for the moon. I can always ask and they can always say no, but.
Well, we will ask. We will ask. Our staff truly take note. Yes, I see our city manager and assistant city manager shaking their head that they will be in touch.
Okay.
Councilmember Andrews.
I just wanted to say thank you for your efforts with Clean California and prioritizing the Hayward exits off A80. Definitely have noticed a difference over the past few weeks, so appreciate that. And also, I will give a thank you on behalf of Keep Hayward Clean and Green. I'm sure they don't mind about AB 246 and the illegal dumping. So thank you so much for your hard work on keeping Hayward beautiful.
Yes, we put aside $1 billion for that this year.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember, no, I don't. Oh, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Assemblymember Quirk for his presentation, your entire staff, who has always been pretty prompt in responses, and for specifically introducing the Welcome Afghan Refugees Proclamation. I know, or resolution, I should say, that I want the larger public to know that that probably would have not happened without Assemblymember Quirk, and I'm very excited for that. I know that our city council has also passed a similar proclamation and resolution. And I just really want to thank you for constantly kind of doing some of the community advocacy that we definitely need up in Sacramento and representing our very diverse community. So genuinely thank you. And I really appreciate your quick turnaround and response on the Afghan resolution. So thank you.
Yeah, so we really appreciated your draft. It really helped us get going on it. So, you know, people ask you to do things and that's fine. When they help you do things, it's just that much more likely they happen. And your draft was excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will say that, you know, Assemblymember Quirk, when he was Councilmember Quirk, was very instrumental in helping to get our Afghan sister city established with the city of Ghazni. And I know that we all have a lot of concern about what's happening there right now. So he has been a friend for a long time. And I just would mention that we are recycling treated wastewater, and I'm sure that I hope our Public Works Director, Alex Ameri, was listening and is ready to you know, ask for some of this funds so we can expand that program. We have started it, and we certainly could use additional funds to expand it. And I guess the two things, I know that, you know, we're working right now under the law that is in place right now that every 30 days, if we pass a resolution stating that we're still living in a public health emergency, we can continue to have our meetings in this sort of hybrid fashion that we're having them right now. I think in the long run, and I think a lot of my colleagues, both here and in other cities that I hear from are saying, is that we need some permanent, a more thorough look at permanently changing the Brown Act to better utilize the technology tools we have now and, you know, perhaps save emissions. So I would ask that you might want to let us, you know, give us some attention to that or fill us in on what might be happening with that. And the other thing, just near and dear to my heart, I think, are the bill. There was a bill in the legislature, I believe, by Assemblymember Chu that did not get it did not go anywhere this year, and now Assemblymember Chu is now he got appointed to an office. City attorney in San Francisco, and so, but I know that bill is being carried forward next year. And I just hope that we can. I think the tool of speed cameras, speeding on roadways, is one of the biggest complaints that we hear. I think all of us. And I do believe that could be a tool that we could use to help cut down on the incidence of speeding. So those are things I would personally like to ask you to give your attention to in the coming year. But we very much appreciate your being here with us this evening.
Well, please send me an email, ideally with a resolution from the council. The other thing is on this, on the question of how you continue, the League of Cities as a group has opposed the idea of people being able to testify remotely. So I think you need to work with the League of Cities because, frankly, at least in Hayward, you can watch it on TV, no problem. The question is, do we want to continue to allow people to testify remotely? If you feel strongly about that, I definitely want it in your letter. And if you take the time to put it on your agenda and then send me something around January, great.
Will do.
And also work with the league because they have opposed the idea of people testifying remotely.
Okay, we will take that back because right now I know the league there has talked about actually doing what I'm talking about and you know, allowing more expansion of that. So I'll see, you know, what's happening there and we'll get back in touch with you. But with that,
Yeah,
unless...
by the way, the bill that did that was from Alex Lee. And what it did was put a mandate in that you would have to allow remote testimony. The way to do this may be just to say, we will allow you to do it. So, as opposed to you must do it. So,
I see.
know what
Okay,
you
that would
think
be,
and-
yes, that's a
and definitely talk to the
mandated.
league about it.
Yeah, it should be up to the city in question, but yes. All right, well, thank you so much. And I don't see any other questions or comments from council members, so we do appreciate your being here with us this evening and look forward to seeing you other places as well as we start to open up here and get out to things more. And so, but thanks for taking the time this evening to be with us.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I love Hayward, the Hayward City Council, and it's the people of Hayward. It's just been a great time. I've had a great time these last 17 years representing Hayward. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and it gives us some confidence to have one of our own, someone who came from our own council representing us in the legislature. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So with that now, we're going to move on to public comments on items that are otherwise not on this agenda this evening. And again, I'm looking at the attendees on Zoom. I'm not seeing that anybody right now in the council chambers wishes to make a public comment. Madam City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we do have a member. In
Oh, we
our
do?
council
Okay, great.
chamber. Yes, Mr. Howard Schindler.
And hit the button. There's a button right in the front of that. There you go.
Hi, my name is Howard Schindler, and I'm here. I'm one of the owners of a property actually right across from City Hall here, 808 B Street, the old hardware store. And if anyone has a tenant for me, I'd love to put them in there. I've been talking to some people, and unfortunately, we did have a hardware store that had 4 stores that wanted it, but the old owner and them had a falling out, and so that didn't work out. But in any event, I'm here because you have an ordinance that requires vacant buildings, if the windows are broken or something, to board them up. What I'm seeing all over, specifically Oakland, San Francisco, because I have an office in Oakland and property in Oakland and a business, taqueria in Oakland. And I've lived all my life in San Francisco. I even caught a semester at Cal State Hayward here. But I'm seeing the other communities work with the property owners. And where I was the people I've worked with here in Hayward, code enforcement, the police, and even the fire department made suggestions, were all wonderful to work with. And this woman was very helpful to getting me here, to tell me how to get here. What my frustration is that the other communities, you go to the other communities, I go down Broadway in Oakland, the Mercedes dealership, all their windows on Broadway are boarded up. Here, when our window was broken, I boarded it up. Another window was broken. I said, enough's enough, and I boarded up all the windows. And because I didn't want them all broken. The police were very helpful. They even know probably who did it, and we're not saying who it is. I'm not saying these people need to go to prison. I think some of them need mental help. But the police are even frustrated. And the problem seems to be, which I didn't know until they even had a meeting with me, is they arrest the person. The person is arrested, the perpetrator in this instance. Within hours, he's let out because there's no bail, okay? If he needs mental help, they can't make him get mental help because it's voluntary. And then the city's passed an ordinance that says you got to put windows back in. And we did put some carbonate. The fire department said they wanted to take a look, be able to look in the building, and that's what we did.
I'm sorry, but you don't have unlimited time here, and I know that you have a lot to say to us. And so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, well, I'll wrap up. In other words, just like other communities are working with the property owners, okay? They allow it. Sometimes they may, I notice some of them are not just the wood, they paint them. Some make murals, or some just are the boards. But, you know, just like you guys are asking money from the government, I'm saying, well, then the city, if you're not going to enforce something or take the problem away from, you're penalizing the victim rather than the perpetrator.
Okay, I think we heard you. I think, you know, there's a lot to be said about this. I would suggest that you put your comments, if you have more, into an email that you can send to the mayor and city council, and that way we can more carefully consider what you're asking here. And so thank you for coming. And
okay.
I think, we heard what you had to say, but if you have more
and other
detail,
merchants up on B Street have had the broken windows also.
Right.
And people don't seem to, it's easy to pass an ordinance.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
thank
there's
you.
no follow through from government.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I'll ask if there are any other requests to speak at public comments this evening. Seeing none, we will now move on to comments from our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a few comments this evening. Sorry, I'm trying to read off my laptop and talk into the microphone. I wanted to let the council know that the Old Highlands Homeowners Association pavement project is officially under construction. The first two streets this year that were prioritized by the OHA board were Cotati and Tribune. And the grinding of the pavement on Cotati has been completed, and they have started pouring new pavement today. It should be complete by tomorrow. The pavement on Tribune should be completed by Wednesday, November 24th, and access to all the properties has been accommodated during the project. So just wanted to share that good news about the OHA pavement project, which has been 60 plus years in the making. So very excited that that has officially started. A couple other just news of note. This week was actually the 2-year anniversary of the opening of the city's Homeless Navigation Center. I remember all of us being there for the grand opening ceremony, and very excited to have that new project to help transition our unhoused population into permanent housing. And since in that 2-year period, we have transitioned 98 people to permanent housing. And even during the pandemic, when the capacity of the center was reduced by 50%. So just thrilled with where we've been with our navigation center and how we continue to work well with our partner at BAX. So just wanted to share that. And then lastly, I know a number of you were at the groundbreaking this week for the Depot Road Community Apartments project, which is another outstanding project with our partners at Allied Housing and Abode Services, which is 125 units of permanent supportive housing, which will also be used for our unhoused population. And so we're very, very excited to get that project underway and started on construction. So just some really exciting updates this week. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed, along with a couple of my colleagues, I know council members Lamnin and Andrews attending that event yesterday at the Depot Community Apartments. We look forward to coming back in 16 months for the ribbon cutting and having people living there. All right, with that, we're going to move on to our action items. And first, we have our consent calendar, which consists of items 1 through 11. I'm going to pull off item number 11 because I want to highlight that this evening. But are there any council members who want to pull off any other consent calendar items? I'm not seeing any hands going up from council members. So on items number 1 through 10, do I have a motion to, approval of staff recommendations on items 1 through 10 was made by council member Salinas and seconded by council member Lamnin. Any comments? No. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
That brings us to item number 11, which is adoption of a resolution declaring the week of November 14th through 21st, 2021 as United Against Hate Week. And this is something that is, is being done by, I think, a lot of other communities in our area and perhaps across the nation. And I think it's an important thing, and especially considering the resolution we just approved earlier to make sure that the errors of our past are not continued. So I'm just going to take a moment to read this before we have a vote on approving it. Whereas the city of Hayward is home to one of the most diverse communities in the United States and has continued to renew and work to advance its commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and racial justice. And whereas recent public policy and discourse have generated a toxic environment that encourages the propagation of racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, and other harmful views by emboldened hate groups and individuals, and whereas the deep divisions within our country are intensified by extremist ideology, further strengthening a cycle of distrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity, and whereas hateful rhetoric and extremist ideology result in ongoing violence and harm to members of our community, most specifically people of color, immigrants, women, LGBTQIA+ people, Muslims, and Jewish people in our community, whereas we recognize that members of our community may belong to multiple targeted groups and at particular risk of violence and harm by hateful and intolerant attitudes, beliefs, and biases, whereas more than 8,263 hate crimes were reported to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, representing a 12% increase from the prior year and the highest count since 2001, whereas Hayward is dedicated to providing safety and equity to our communities of color and continues to work to advance racial equity in our community, and whereas in response to increasing community concerns and national tension in the period leading up to and in the wake of the November 2016 election, and clearly state our shared values, the city of Berkeley developed the United Against Hate campaign, which was adopted by several other cities in the Bay Area, and serve as a uniting and hopeful statement declaring a shared commitment to inclusivity. And whereas the city of Hayward seeks to join other communities around the Bay Area, the state of California, and the nation in support of United Against Hate Week, therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the city of Hayward hereby declares the week of November 14th through 20th, the week we are in right now, as United Against Hate Week. And so with that, I would entertain a motion to approve this, or
I'll move the item.
Okay,
I'll second.
Okay, the motion to approve this resolution it was made by Councilmember Wahab and seconded by Councilmember Andrews. See no request to comment. Madam City Clerk, will you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas. Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the motion passes with 7 aye votes. Thank you all very much. Now we are going to move on to our public hearing, our first public hearing item this evening, or our public hearing item, and that is regarding a new development known as La Playa Commons, proposed, which involves a proposed demolition of the former Burlington Coat Factory building. This is at the corner of La Playa and Calaroga in the Southgate neighborhood, and construction of a new 47-lot single-family residential subdivision on a 5.4-acre site. And so this is going to require approval of a general plan amendment, rezoning, and vesting tentative tract map. And we will start with a report, I believe, from Assistant City Manager Ott to start us off.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to turn it over to Steve Kowalski, who is a new associate planner. So he will be providing the presentation, and we're really glad to have him, and welcome to Hayward.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, members of the council. I'm Steve Kowalski. I'm one of your new associate planners. I'm going to be sharing my screen and doing a PowerPoint presentation. Is everybody able to see the first slide?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay. This is an application to redevelop the property at 1000 La Playa Drive from a commercial use to a new 47-unit single-family residential development. The project requires approval of a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the property from retail and office commercial to medium-density residential, a rezone from neighborhood commercial district to a planned development district, and a vesting tentative tract map. The project site is a 5.4-acre parcel located at the southwest corner of the intersection of La Playa Drive and Calaroga Avenue, directly across the street from Southland Mall, approximately across the street from the Macy's department store. It contains a vacant 74,540 square foot commercial building previously occupied by the Burlington Coat Factory, 18 existing trees, and a large paved surface parking lot. The site is bordered by a single-family neighborhood to the south and east, and commercial and religious uses to the west and north, and is also located within Hayward Executive Airport Safety Zones 2 and 6. Due to its location in the airport influence area, the project required approval by the Airport Land Use Commission prior to consideration by the Planning Commission and City Council. The site was originally developed as an office building back in 1968. It remained occupied by various offices until 1992, when it was converted to a retail use by Burlington Coat Factory. Burlington eventually closed its doors in 2020. Prior to its closure, the applicant began preparing conceptual plans for the site and approached the Council Economic Development Committee in December of 2019 with a 78-unit concept that featured a mix of 2- and 3-story units, including 3-story townhomes. The CEDC was generally supportive of the proposal to convert the site from commercial to residential, but directed the applicant to include affordable units on the site and to seek feedback from the adjacent property owners before proceeding further. The applicant conducted outreach with the adjoining neighbors and ultimately came up with the current 47-unit plan earlier this year. The Airport Land Use Commission reviewed the project for conformance to the Hayward Executive Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan and approved it on June 16th, thereby enabling the project to move forward with the city's entitlement process. On October 21st, the Planning Commission considered the item and forwarded it to Council with a recommendation for approval. Part of its recommendation included modifying condition of approval number 11 to require the applicant to provide 5 affordable units on the site, with 2 for low-income households and 3 for moderate-income households, rather than providing 4 units for moderate-income households and paying in lieu fees for a 5th unit as the applicant had originally proposed. The Commission made this modification because it felt that the provision of deeper levels of affordability and 5 full units on the site was more appropriate compensation for the requested general plan amendment and PD rezoning. The applicant is proposing to raise the entire site and construct 47 new 2-story single-family dwellings on lots ranging in size from approximately 3,000 to 6,000 square feet. The homes would range in size from about 1,550 to 2,020 square feet and contain 3 to 4 bedrooms and 2-car garages each. All of the homes would be 100% electric and have solar roofs and electric vehicle-ready garages to comply with the city's REACH code. As stated earlier, based on the Planning Commission's direction, the applicant is proposing to provide 5 affordable units on the site, including 3 for moderate-income households and 2 for low-income households. 44 of the homes would be accessed by a new looped private street connecting to La Playa Drive, and the remaining 3 homes would be accessed by Calaroga Avenue. The subdivision includes a 0.3-acre open space with a small outdoor gathering area and a bioretention facility, and an emergency vehicle access easement connecting the private street to Calaroga that would provide a second egress out route for emergency vehicles. The landscape plans feature 162 new trees to be planted throughout the development, including 13 new street trees along La Playa Drive and 3 along Calaroga Avenue. This slide just shows the proposed site plan and landscape plan. Street A is the new looped street here that would connect out to La Playa Drive and provide access to 44 of the 47 homes. There would be 3 small private courts that would stub off of that street and provide access to several of the homes. And then the remaining 3 homes are out here facing Calaroga Avenue. And the open space that I mentioned is right here with this green strip serving as the emergency vehicle access easement. It would be grasscrete that fire engines and ambulances could drive across in the event of an emergency. The applicant is requesting approval of a PD rezone to create a subdivision with smaller lots and smaller than average yards in order to maximize the property's development potential while providing a housing product type and site layout that are generally compatible with the surrounding single-family neighborhood to the south and east. As this table shows, most of the proposed lots do not meet one or more of the applicable development standards for a new single-family subdivision, but by proposing a planned development, the applicant can request approval of exceptions to the applicable standards. In doing so, however, the applicant must provide specific amenities or features that exceed the minimum required standards as compensation for the requested exceptions. I'll discuss the applicant's proposed forms of compensation shortly. The main thing to note from this slide is that many of the proposed lots do not comply with some of the applicable standards. You see those in red, and that exceptions are needed in order for the plan to work. Staff reviewed the proposal for conformance to the general plan and identified a number of goals and policies that it is consistent with. Specifically, the project would be consistent with land use policy LU 1.4 by redeveloping a vacant and outdated site with a new residential use that will help revitalize the area around the perimeter of the mall. It would provide eyes on the street consistent with community health and quality of life policy HQL 5.3 by orienting the outer homes toward La Playa and Calaroga rather than having them side along or back up to those streets. And it would be consistent with several goals and policies of the housing element by providing on-site for sale units affordable to moderate and low income households, increasing the variety of housing types in the area, by introducing smaller lots with smaller 2-story floor plans for home buyers seeking more affordable new single-family ownership opportunities, and by locating new housing close to shopping, services, and major transportation corridors, including Hesperian Boulevard, the Interstate 880 freeway, and Highway 92. So this slide discusses the forms of compensation that the applicant is proposing in exchange for approval of the requested exceptions to the standards for new single-family residential development. Hayward Municipal Code Section 10.1.2535F states that exceptions to development standards proposed as part of a PD rezoning must be adequately compensated for by providing functional amenities not otherwise required or exceeding the required standards. In this case, as an on-site amenity, the applicant is proposing to plant 36-inch box trees for all street trees throughout the project when 24-inch box is the minimum required size, and to plant several 48-inch box trees within the buyer retention area on the open space parcel as well. This upsizing of trees will provide an immediate aesthetic benefit through the larger canopy that the trees will feature at their time of planting. As a community-wide benefit, the applicant would exceed the minimum requirements of the Affordable Housing Ordinance by providing deeper levels of affordability for lower income households, and by including 5 full on-site units with 2 affordable to low income households and 3 affordable to moderate income households, when the minimum requirement is to provide 4.7 units or 10% of the total units for moderate income households only. And finally, as an additional community benefit, the applicant would make a $5,000 cash donation to assist the city with its planned public art installation project at Heritage Plaza. A draft mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project, which determined that it could have potentially significant environmental impacts related to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology, noise, and transportation. However, the mitigated negative declaration identified measures that would reduce all of the identified impacts to less than significant levels, and these measures have all been included as conditions of approval. The mitigated negative declaration was circulated for public comment in accordance with CEQA requirements, but no comments were received. And to conclude, the applicant has worked closely with staff and conducted considerable public outreach throughout the application process, and willingly agreed to the Planning Commission's request to provide deeper levels of affordability for lower income households beyond the minimum requirement of the city's Affordable Housing Ordinance. In addition, staff feels that the project is consistent with the general plan and that the compensation being proposed in exchange for the general plan amendment and rezoning is adequate. Therefore, tonight, staff is recommending Council approve the requested general plan amendment, rezone, and vesting tentative track map, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for the project based on the findings and subject to the conditions attached to the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will ask if there are any, and I know we have, yes, council questions. I think Councilmember Zermino.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve, thank you very much, and welcome to the family. Let's see, just one question. So there will be 5 affordable units within the complex. Do you have any idea where they will be located within the project?
Yes, the affordable housing plan, which is, I believe, attachment 7 to your staff reports, has a page that identifies. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I think I pulled my headset right out of the jack. Were you able to hear me?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
You're fading. Uh-oh.
All right.
Is that better?
Very good.
Yes,
Steve.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Got it. Thank you.
You found it in attachment 7.
You're freezing. Right. Oh, thank you, Mayor.
All right, yes, it is attachment 7. Councilmember Wahab.
So I just wanted a quick question, or have a quick question. I believe I understood that earlier plans, there was supposed to be higher density. Is there a reason why we decided not to, or is there an opportunity to potentially push that back for higher density?
Yeah, I'm going to give this another try. Hopefully it works. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. There's an excellent reason why D.R. Horton did propose significantly more units initially, but it was actually the Airport Land Use Commission was the reason why they couldn't have that many units. So let me see if I can explain this in simple terms. When the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan generally doesn't want to see more new housing in the airport safety zones because for obvious reasons, in the event that there's a tragic, a plane crashes and lands in a residential neighborhood. But it does allow for sites to be redeveloped, sites like this with the Burlington Coat Factory store to be redeveloped, but only at a density that is compatible and similar to the existing density of the surrounding neighborhood. So obviously the existing neighborhood around there is all single family lots, probably about between 5,000 and 8,000 square feet each. So the applicant had to come up with a plan that was pretty similar in terms of density.
Thank you. And is Assistant City Manager Ott on the call by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, it's not showing here. Are we potentially able to take a look at that as we move towards trying to build more housing, especially on a site like this, where technically there's a lot of land and a lot of these particular sites throughout, the state and even the country are being established as housing. And there's far more potential to even if we were to build a little bit wider rather than, let's say, height-wise, would that be something that we should try to consider when we're doing this rather than trying to mold it back into what's the surrounding, as, the surrounding neighborhoods have probably been built, 50 years ago?
Yeah, if you're referring to those safety zones, I mean, we can have a conversation with FAA, but I know there's a lot of restrictions and requirements, so I'm not too hopeful, but we're certainly happy to ask and see what they're, given the state's focus on housing production, we can certainly ask, but I know they are concerned and have pretty strict kind of requirements about that, but we're happy to ask.
More so, and I apologize if my question was not clear, more in the sense of when we potentially rezone a property, are we looking to match that current neighborhood, or are we able to potentially even increase the density even more so than that current neighborhood? That's kind of my question.
Okay, so more generally in the city, I mean, I think it's something we'd look at the zoning, so not just at what the surrounding neighborhood is, but the actual underlying zoning, and use that as a kind of a guide, but also the developer and what their proposal is and what they think they can finance. So it's always kind of a balancing act between what might be feasible, what a developer wants to build versus what's in the zoning. But we often, for instance, along Mission or other areas, are trying to push density where we know we have higher ability, but it depends, because some of those types of construction are more expensive to build. And so it is, like I said, a balancing act. But we look at the zoning. Obviously, neighborhood compatibility comes into play a lot of times with neighbors. But again, as we've mentioned before, the state is making sure that now we really need to have objective standards. We can't just say, oh, it has to be compatible with the neighborhood. We have to have very specific objective standards that say, this height or this much of a setback. And so we have to have everything be kind of measurable and quantitative based on the new state laws. Does that answer?
Okay.
So it's not clear cut. It is kind of a balancing act between all those different issues.
It does, and this is just maybe more for my education as well. For example, we in the city of Hayward are allowed to potentially upzone a single family unit up to 4 units, correct?
You mean under, is it SB 10? Sarah's on the line as well. I think it's under the new state laws. We have to.
SB 9 is up to 2 units, right? But I know that the city of Hayward in the homeless and housing task force, we were talking about even potentially up to 4 units.
We have not taken on that.
Councilmember Wahab, you know, this is really off the point of this discussion because, you know, in this particular case, this has been reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission. Before you were on council, we did go through an extensive process of developing our land use plan around the airport properties based on the zones that are in place. And it's a very complex process. It is frustrating. I can feel your frustration but this is not a site that we can do, you know, we can do those kinds of things with. What you're talking about, we have already done in many other sites. You know, and
so let's put the question as: is this max capacity for this particular site?
I believe that it is under what the Airport Land Use Commission when they looked at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, and Steve can jump in, but yeah, we feel based on what the developers, you know, proposed and what the commission has said, you know, and the different regulations, that this is the maximum density that. And Steve, do you want to jump in and add anything to that?
That's accurate. Yeah.
We can
what Assistant City Manager Ott said was correct. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So do you have any other questions about this particular property?
No, it was more just, you know, using this as kind of like, you know, what are we looking at for when we are trying to increase density in some of these areas that we're trying to rezone.
But I think this property has to be looked at differently
100%.
than
Yes.
Okay.
Just high level wanted that answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And let's see. I think Councilmember Lamnon, Councilmember Lamnon has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had a couple questions. First of all, welcome. And second of all, I did want to disclose that I had met with the applicant. And then I had a couple questions. Condition 15 on the conditions of approval seems to indicate that air conditioning is required. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did. And it's required because the project site is exposed to noise levels that exceed the maximum allowable limits for new residential development. So the provision of air conditioning units allows the homeowners to keep their windows closed on hot days and run the air conditioning, and so not be exposed, and in so doing not be exposed to the noise that you'd normally be exposed to having your windows open when a loud truck drives by or a car drives by or an airplane flies over the site.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I saw the noise mitigations for the construction time, but I had missed that other one. Thank you for that. My apologies for missing that. And then lastly, is there a condition regarding the requirement of garages being used for parking?
There may not be, Councilmember, and I apologize for that. If that's a standard condition, I missed that one.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I don't see any other questions from council members right now. So I'm going to open public comment.
Councilmember Andrews.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do see other.
It's okay.
Trying to look at two screens. I think Councilmember Andrews and then Councilmember Marquez.
It's okay. I just rephrased my question as a comment, so I'll just wait. Thanks.
Okay, and Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have too many questions. I think the staff report was extremely thorough, and the planning commissioners also were very thorough in their deliberation. But I just wanted to ask, I haven't been looking at my email all day, so I just wanted to see if staff is aware of any comments from community members, any members of the public since the packet has been published. That's one specific question I wanted to find out from staff. And welcome also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for the welcome notes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did get an email from a citizen who also spoke out during the Planning Commission hearing as well. And you should have got that probably earlier this afternoon sometime. And I believe she's on the line too and would probably like the opportunity to speak on the project.
Okay. And then just from a staff's perspective in terms of how we're looking at projects, I understand that this went to economic development first. They gave feedback there. Is staff also looking at universal design, making sure that we are encouraging units be built on the first floor, a bedroom, just for accessibility purposes?
Sarah, are you on the line? Do you want to try to field that one? The applicant does have some house plans that do have a bedroom on the first floor. They intentionally provided that type of a unit in the mix. But I don't, as to the question of whether the city as a standard practice is asking developers, Sarah might be better.
Yeah, so Councilmember Marquez, yeah, thanks, Steve. So yes, we do regularly have those conversations and let our applicants know and try to encourage them to do that. I think in this case, as Steve mentioned, there are a few or one or two of the floor plans that do accommodate that. I don't know if all 100% of those units will meet that, but there is a good percentage that will have that feature. And we do continue to encourage our developers to incorporate those universal design measures in their developments.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
And I have a question. Councilmember Wahab, did you have another question? Your hand is up.
No, just waiting for the comment section.
Oh, okay. All right. So my question is about the bulb out on La Playa to slow down traffic that is turning into the proposed street from La Playa. Can you kind of describe that a little better? Or I'm trying to picture what that is exactly.
So that's actually, the bulb out is meant for the intersection of Calaroga and La Playa to slow down cars turning southbound on Calaroga from La Playa. And we do have our transportation planner, Stephen Chang, on the call. He's probably best
I see him.
to
He's
answer
just
that question.
shown up. His camera is on.
Thanks for being here, Stephen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council and hello, Steve. Yeah, Steve, would you be able to put up the site plan on the screen? Steve, you're on mute.
I don't know if I can do that quickly and easily, Stephen. Is it?
Okay. That's okay. If you can get it, I'll go ahead and start speaking. If you can get it on while I can, that'd be great. Madam Mayor, the bulb out will be, as Steve mentioned, on the intersection of Calaroga and La Playa. And the idea is that because we have the three units that are facing Calaroga, that there could be a possibility of the potential for vehicles to be backing out of those driveways or maneuvering into or out of the driveways. So the bulb out kind of creates a little bit of a physical barrier so that when you do have to make that left turn onto Calaroga southbound from La Playa, that you would slow down a little bit.
Left turn, did you say? I thought.
Yeah, so if you're making a southbound left turn onto Calaroga from La Playa.
La Playa basically runs east and west at that point. Calaroga runs north and south. So
Correct.
You're making a turn from westbound La Playa to southbound Calaroga?
Correct.
And?
Or likewise eastbound. Right.
All right. I mean, I like the idea as a traffic calming measure, and I wanted to see a picture, but we'll follow up later. I mean, I'll just trust that you've made that safer, and I appreciate that. But I'm just had a hard time picturing exactly what that looks like and how it helps slow the traffic down.
Yeah, that is the intent, to provide the traffic.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And I don't see any other council member questions right now. So I'm going to open public comment on this item. And we do have a member of the public on Zoom or, no, wait, we don't. Did they? Okay. Are you, I believe Ro Aguilar is yes, is the person on attendee list with her hand raised.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, members of the council. I did just send an email. I hope you will read it before you vote. I have a couple of things that I want to emphasize about this proposal. One being a shout out to the Planning Commission for recognizing that this is a special property. It's a special general plan amendment, it's giving a rezoning, it's giving a PD under standards, and therefore the developer is responsible for giving back to the city. And so this 5 single family affordable homes is not such a big deal when you consider what the city is giving to the developer. He has a lemon on his hands, so to speak. It's costing him money. And now he's asking a favor, a gift from the council to make this property valuable again and make lots of money on it. So you don't really compare this. This is apples and oranges with other types of development. And so I asked the council to be a little bit more strict here and in a negotiating mood than just allowing the developer to have what he wants. And in reference to item number 1 tonight on the council agenda, the council can decline to approve this general plan amendment and this zoning change if the proposed development does not provide a minimum of restitution for past housing, historical, institutional racism, and move the city forward on its affordable housing RHNA commitments. I'd also like to say that this presents, La Playa Commons presents, a key opportunity to implement a truly inclusionary housing development by adding 2 duplexes, deleting 4 market rate single family homes, adding 2 duplexes on La Playa, consistent with the city council comments at the Affordable Housing October meeting, and state legislation, which we just heard this evening, taking effect next year, encouraging elimination of single family zoning. We've got to get out of this way of thinking that because there's single family in the area, we have to build more single family. That's not going to be inclusionary. It's not going to serve all of our citizens' needs. And this is one housing type, single family. They're different sizes, they're different lot sizes, but it's just single family. And to make this truly inclusionary, we need to change that, eliminate 4 market rate single families, and include duplexes. That is not increasing the density of the Airport Commission.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment on this item? And I do see we have a representative from the developer, I believe. Did you want to make any comments about this? Okay. Mr. Zabalas?
Got it. You'd think I would know how that works. Madam Mayor, members of City Council, both here and remote, and staff. We have a presentation. I'm not really sure we need it. We do have one great slide that shows where the BMR units are. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take this opportunity just to respond to a few of the comments that have been made. I also want to thank Steve Kowalski. I'm really glad that he's in Hayward. I worked with him previously in Fremont, and that was a big win for Hayward. He was our 4th planner on this project. So in the past 2 years that I've been working on this, it's been an interesting one. I would very much like to be here with 88 or 90 units. ALUC said no way. Hayward planning staff said it's not going to fly with our AOZ. We tried attached. We tried 2-story attached, 3-story towns, triplexes, and it was very, very clear that that wasn't going to happen. It needed to be compatible with the neighborhood around it, which is where we landed with 47 single-family homes. So in response to a couple of the comments, HOA, we will have an HOA that will restrict parking in the garages. So each of the homes has a 2-car garage and a 2-car driveway so that we don't end up with any issues. There is no parking along La Playa, and so we do not expect any spillover. Pretty far to go all the way around onto Calaroga to park. We don't expect anybody would be spilling over there. We have 19 Plan 3s. All of those have a full bedroom and full bath on the ground floor for multi-generational housing. for kids returning, parents. So not quite half the project, about 40% is the largest plan. The lemon that one of the previous speakers spoke about, we don't own the site yet. We will, hopefully if it gets approved. We actually feel like we're really bringing housing to a site that housing is obviously needed. We wish we were building more units, but that just is not the case for this site. And we feel like we're bringing 47 new families into Hayward. And then finally, regarding the duplexes, I've already talked about that issue. It's just not feasible. We just knew it wasn't gonna fly and wasn't gonna happen. So with that, I do want to introduce Avery Jones with D.R. Horton. Been working with Avery for a while. She's becoming our Hayward expert. She manages 3 projects here. We're building in 2 other locations, and so you're going to get to know her very well around here. I don't know that we really need to do our presentation. We're happy to. Steve covered everything really well, but we'll be here for questions, and our consultants are also on the line if there's anything technical that we need to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, I think I'm going to. Councilmember Lamnon has a question right now, and we do have another public commenter now that just moved on. Okay, so go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Good evening. Just to really kind of respond to the question that was raised by Ms. Aguilar. So I think the proposal was to not necessarily increase density with the duplexes, but to swap out single-family homes for a smaller, I'm not to put words in her mouth, but I'm guessing a sort of more affordable housing type. So could you speak to that?
Sure. So the direction we got from ALUC and planning staff was that anything attached, duplexes, triplexes, was not going to work because it created too much density within one space of human beings, basically. And there's a formula that I guess is in the airport overlay zone, or it might have been the airport guidebook about number of people living in each dwelling unit and how close together they were. And that's why the duplexes were a problem.
All right, thank you. And I'm now going to call on another member of the public, Edward Bogue, who I believe actually had sent us a communication earlier representing the surrounding homeowners. But Mr. Bogue, are you able to, yes?
Yes, I am Edward Bogue. I'm president of the Southgate Area Homeowners Association. I was chair of the Neighborhood Task Force. And this project meets all the requirements of those 2 groups and the neighborhood plan. It does the Airport Land Use Commission. It meets that requirement. Probably the most important requirement is that the density is appropriate and would be allowable. And anything that was more dense, it became quite obvious that it would not have got through the Land Use Commission. So we're supportive of the project. We appreciate the 4 parking spaces per home. We think this will should make the project successful and function well. It alleviates some of those other problems we have in other newer projects where there are only 2 spaces per unit. And this would actually allow you to have a friend come over and visit with a place to park. So we're very pleased with it. We think it will be a success. And we do want our neighbors to be successful and have a successful project and a nice place to live. And I think this really will be helpful. That would conclude my comments. Unless you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, thank you. I believe you are still a representative from Alameda County on the from the Alameda County Mayor's Conference on the Airport Land Use Committee, as well as living in the neighborhood.
Yes, I am.
Were you able to actually weigh in on this project, or were you having to recuse yourself?
I was not required to recuse myself. We've had previous experiences where naturally when someone is associated with another town that has airport requirements on the land use, that we're expected to be able to judge based on what the requirements are in the safety plan and make a decision based on that.
All right.
So I have never, this is the first project in Hayward that was since I've been seated, and I didn't have to recuse myself, nor has anyone else had to recuse themselves when it happens to be in a town where they reside.
All right, thank you. I was just curious. I'm glad you were able to wear the two different hats and fulfill your duties there. So thank you for the comment. Is there any other, are there any other members of the public, either here, where there aren't too many, or online, who would like to speak on this project? If not, I'm going to close public comment, the public hearing on this project or on this item, and move to council. Move back to council and look at all my screens and see. Okay, well, I can't tell. I'm pretty sure Councilmember Wahab had her hand up. And do you still have your, yes, you do. So go ahead, yes. Councilmember Wahab.
I appreciate it. And just for, I guess, transparency, I did have a conversation with Mr. Zabalos about this, and we did discuss the density of this particular project. And there are significant limitations around the airport and pretty much any zone in that. We have obviously reviewed that even in Sky West and some of the other areas. So I think there were significant attempts made, and I do believe Mr. Zabalos also stated to me that they would have preferred more density as well. But to his point, even tonight, it is not feasible for a wide variety of reasons. So with that said, I think that there is significant conversation around affordability, and that's definitely something that, you know, this council is committed to. And those were my line of questions. But we have a lot of work to do. And to Ms. Aguilar's point and advocacy, I genuinely appreciate it. And we are reviewing the housing ordinance. And I think that a lot of the work that we're trying to do will make a significant impact in that ordinance. So I look forward to the work, and I will be moving this item.
All right, so the staff recommendation on this item has been moved by Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Salinas. And I'll go now to, Councilmember Andrews and then come back to Chambers. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Associate Planner Kowalski. I appreciate your presentation. And thank you to Mr. Zabalos for explaining the reasons for density. Again, I just for full disclosure as well, I did meet with Mr. Zabalos and staff, and we did talk about density during that time as well, and he explained his reasons then. So I do think that we should be looking at density wherever we can. I know the advocacy from Ms. Aguilar is very strong, and it seems that, you know, there's been a few projects that we have not increased the density to her satisfaction and to a lot of community member satisfaction, but we are bound by some of the regulations for some of these properties. But we definitely want to revisit density at any project that moves forward. We definitely want to review that, but this one just didn't make it. So hopefully in the future we'll see some other projects that come along that will see more density. And then I do have a question and / suggestion. This is why I wasn't sure if it would be a comment or not, but I didn't really see anything for kids or dogs or anything, and just wanted to know if that's something that can be looked at. I imagine with this number of homes and near the mall, I can see that this could be an area that actually could be this project could be a catalyst to something, and maybe there could be a partnership with Southland Mall and you know, including some linkages to this neighborhood where people can cross the street and shop and have a more pleasant walking experience. So I just wanted to hear if there is any future plans for that.
Okay.
I'll chime in. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Well, one of you, but he's here, so I'll let him go ahead. Mr. Zabalos.
It's the red button. All right. Councilmember Andrews, thank you for that. One of the reasons we didn't program a children's playground is because there are 47 private backyards. And so we didn't have a common area open space like you would with townhomes that perhaps had driveways in the back and didn't have private yards. There is an area along Calaroga. We left it open to Calaroga, so there was connection to that community where we have some benches and some overlook. There's sort of an overlook area. And we certainly could look at programming that differently, not putting tables there or benches and putting a small play structure if it was felt like that was, more advantageous. We thought the benches would be a nice addition, but we're not opposed to it if everybody feels like it's more important to have that.
Well, hopefully it's not an either or. Maybe you can squeeze in a kiddie table along with the picnic table, something that's for children.
Sure.
And if you can put at least some poop station bags in the area, because there will be a lot of dog walkers in that area, and you want to keep it pleasant for the community.
Okay.
And a water station,
Okay.
if possible, but just something.
I'll just add that knowing the area, there is a playground that is not too far away, maybe as much as a half mile, down at the other end of K, I believe, and which is very near Calaroga at the end there. And there's also a dog park if you go a little bit further than that, at the Southgate, in the Southgate School and Southgate Community Center area. But yeah, the northern part of that development doesn't have a lot of places for kids to play. It's true. So good input.
And I'm happy to include that in the motion as well.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm happy to include Councilmember Andrews' comments in the motion as well. The dog park, or the doggy bags, the kitty table, and what else was it?
I would think, I don't know that there's a room for a dog park, but a child-sized piece of furniture on the.
Definitely. Kids, a little bit more kid-focused too. So I'm happy to include.
Yes, Mr. Zabalos is nodding, so I think we can do that. Let's see. The motion was made by Councilmember Wahab. Are you agreeable?
Mm-hmm.
And Councilmember Salinas, you're not going to say no to a children's bench?
No, as long as he brings back the bird cage from Southland.
No.
Wow.
I don't think we can put that in there, but not even sure what you're talking about, to tell you the truth. But all right, so child furniture. Okay, great suggestion. Thank you. Was that it, Councilmember Andrews?
Thank you. No, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to also disclose that I met with the applicant and team, and also just appreciate the approach in coming to economic development first, taking that feedback and the additional outreach to our community members. I think it's been very beneficial in the process, and also just very supportive of the approach of building on-site affordability rather than the in lieu fees. So I'm really pleased to see that and happy to support the motion with the amendments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zermano.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. Because of our airport, we do have to reduce that density there. So I'm happy. I'm sure there'll be other areas where we could increase density, but in this case, it's fine. And I like the project because there will be 163 new trees in our city. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm also happy to support the project. I appreciate the work on this, and I appreciate the desire to have more density and to have more diverse product types. That is the partnership that we're going to need with the development community going forward as we figure out this, the ability to get more affordability into our community, more opportunities for people to own homes, and address the harms of the past. So appreciate you all being part of that conversation as we we talked about having a work session with perhaps the Housing and Homelessness Task Force around how do we make this viable. Maybe it's with the council, maybe it's there, and also the work around the housing element. So appreciate all of that. I would like to, if the maker and the seconder are open to it, to add in our standard language. I appreciate that the CCNRs will have language about parking being required, but I'd also like to have it in the conditions of approval. And it's standard language we have, which I won't quote because I'll mangle it. But if the maker and the seconder are okay with just adding that standard language in, that garages are used for parking, is how we usually say it. So, Mayor Pro Tem Wahab.
I kind of don't like. I've always kind of had a little bit of a problem with this. I think that people should be able to use their garage for what they like to use it for. To be honest with you.
Hmm.
Sorry, you didn't hear me. Councilmember Wahab, I'm sorry, I just didn't, for some reason, understand what you just said. So could you repeat it?
Definitely. I would just like a little bit more clarity. I've always kind of had a concern about this particular piece of it. When people purchase a home, they tend to utilize their garage even for storage to a degree. I kind of just wanted to know the details of the impact of this.
So you are not accepting the amendment that Councilmember Lamnon is offering, I take it?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, then I won't.
Okay. It's standard language because we have so many neighborhoods with issues around parking and street parking and not having that. And also if we don't have parking within the complex, then that spills over into the existing housing complexes. And so we made it a practice a number of years ago to require people to park in their garages. I realize people use their garages for lots of things and it is their property, but it also has an impact on the neighborhood. So that's the reason for my ask, and it has been.
I'm actually wondering, because the state has taken away our ability to even prohibit people from developing their garages into livable space, whether such a requirement is even legal anymore. I mean, I would leave that to our city attorneys and planning department, but that just occurs to me that that has been something that we have done in the past and also precluded people from, redeveloping their garages as housing. But since the state now is not allowing us to do that, I really wonder if the car requirement, I don't know that we want to test it on this property.
Right. So why don't, rather than trying to make legislation on the fly, why don't I just ask? I've two questions that I want to ask for. So one is just for our city attorney team and our development team to work together and just take a look at that, especially if it's from a CCNR standpoint, just to take a look at the legalities of that. I think it's a fair point. And the other is also crosswalk. Whether I know there's a crosswalk at on the Hesperian side, but it's human nature. People are going to walk across to the mall, and so just kind of what's going to be needed there. And again, I'm not making an amendment there. I just ask that the city staff take a look at that as this gets developed.
Are you talking about on La Playa?
On La Playa.
See, La Playa is not a city street.
True. So there's going to need to be some conversation with the mall.
Actually have a conversation with the mall about it, and that would probably be a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, and then just lastly, to echo Councilmember Marquez's comments about the ADA options, and as people, it sounds like this is going to pass, so as people are coming to purchase the homes, I know other developers have been willing to work with them around, like if it's a good time to install a chairlift or maybe make a doorway a little bit wider. Those are other things that kind of come up sometimes in conversations, and just the ask has been just to be open to that conversation if people identify an ADA issue when they're purchasing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak from council, so I will be joining my fellow council members in supporting the motion. I very much appreciate the developer listening to the request to the Planning Commission that they increase the affordability. And this is really, you know, I mean, we're doing a lot around affordable housing. We just had a groundbreaking for 125 basically transitional units. We have a navigation center. This is going to be housing that is going to be affordable to people who actually might be in a position with some help to buy a house and get into the housing market. And I think it very much fits in with what we did earlier this evening in trying to turn around. You know, I'm really glad to see that opportunity. It's 5 units, but you know, that is 10%. That is a little more than 10% of the entire project. And so I do appreciate that effort on the developer's part. And I know this neighborhood pretty well since I lived in that area for 30 years until about 6 years ago. You know, there are duplexes and there are multifamily homes within that, you know, a fairly small radius in what you call the Southgate neighborhood, but not in this particular property because, or it wouldn't work here because of the location and the airport land use zones that they have. And so we have to respect that. But with that, I'll be joining others in supporting this motion. And on that, I'll ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Francisco
Aye.
Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. So thank you all. And thank you, Mr. Kowalski. We welcome you to this group here and look forward to hearing future presentations. So thank you. Did a
Thank you,
very
Madam
nice
Mayor.
job on that.
Thank
Except-
you, everybody. Have a nice evening.
Work on getting up the pictures, you know, on your screen technique. But other than that, a really nice job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. Okay, so we are going to now move on to item number 13, which is regarding the SkyWest property, which we have seen recently, but we are going to now, there has been some further work by the staff. We're going to have a further review of the preliminary site plan, and we're being asked to authorize the transmission of the draft site plan to the Federal Aviation Administration for some initial review. And we are going to start, I am told, or it appears on here, although I see our airport director there, my agenda says that we're going to start with Public Works Director Ameri.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Ameri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As you mentioned, this item came before council late last month, and we discussed this item in a work session and received council and public comments. Those comments have been considered and incorporated in the report before you this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to receive further comments and get council authorization to refer the draft site plan to FAA for initial review. I'm turning this over to Airport Manager Doug McNeely to introduce the item, and the city's consultant, which is from Kimley Horn, to present the item. Doug?
Thank you, Director Ameri. Let me echo your comments. You know, we're grateful for the feedback that we have received from council and from members of the community on this project. We have listened and incorporated as many of the suggestions as we could. We also have a more detailed site plan, which we'll introduce to you tonight. So I would like to, at this point, introduce Aaron Sheelan of Kimley Horn to present our report tonight. Aaron?
Hey, thank you, Doug. I just want to check you guys can see the screen okay, the presentation? Okay, I see head nods. Okay, perfect, yes. Thank you. Okay. So does Doug mention, you know, we were here 3 weeks ago. Thank you guys very much for the time and the feedback. So we just want to do a quick refresher on what the process of what this project has been so far and the public input that we've received. Talk a little bit about the feedback that we received from that October 26th work session, display the revised preliminary site plan, and then obviously open up for any questions and answers that may be had after the presentation. So first, just a review again of the development process overview. This is a graphic meant to illustrate the multiple steps of this project. We're in that very first box in the light green in the upper left-hand corner. And there's at least another 7 steps prior to any construction being able to take place on the property. The next immediate steps include coordinating with the FAA on what can ultimately be allowed on this property, being airport property, and the city working with developers to establish the amenities that would be required as part of a future development and receiving proposals. And as part of this very first land use visioning, what we've also been referring to as the site concept, we want to highlight the amount of outreach that took place. We used multiple media sources, which included direct mailings to almost 14,000 residents in all directions around the airport, making sure we hit several different neighborhoods. As well as using the city's electronic distribution system, which reaches over 70,000 users. And we held 3 public meetings during this time as well. Now I want to discuss a little bit about the themes and concepts that we did hear from that working session with you just a few weeks ago. As you can see here, we heard a lot from the community, the council members. We've incorporated as much as we possibly can, as Doug mentioned. For example, hearing things about having larger landscape buffers to create the separation between the homes and the airport, more open spaces, as well as creating more open areas within the business center development. We also heard things asking about retention of the natural features, prioritizing economic development, improving the connections between the parks, and really looking at what are those specific recreational uses. And, you know, we've heard things, dog parks, community gardens, walking paths, some of those commercial recreational uses like the ice and roller rinks and disc golfs. We also just want to quickly reiterate that one of the most important considerations for this project is the fact that the property is owned by the airport. Thus, there are certain requirements placed on it by the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. So we need to ensure that the airport lives up to its federal obligations. We did cover these in detail at the last meeting, but if anyone has additional questions, please just let us know. Now, Doug mentioned we have done those revisions to the preliminary site plan, as well as have a more detailed drawing. It's really meant to be an illustration of what could be at the site and to help the city and the airport carry forward a vision for the redevelopment of the site. So here is the preliminary site plan that the staff is recommending to be carried forward as an overall vision for the future redevelopment of the property. It incorporates suggestions that we received from the City Council and the community. It includes uses for the required aviation safety as well as economic development. Specifically, we have 30 acres for park and recreational use, 50 acres for business development. There's a trail connecting Kennedy Park to San Lorenzo Park, as well as a Bayside Trail connection. There's 11 acres for future aeronautical development, approximately 7 acres of a buffer between the residents of the San Lorenzo Village and any new aeronautical development. The buffer ranges in width from 200 to 320 linear feet. There's 28 acres dedicated for the protection of the airport safety areas that will be undeveloped for the FAA policy. So just a reminder that this is not a final design nor development plan. As we mentioned, that illustrative graphic at the beginning, there's several steps that need to be completed prior to any construction. But I do want to walk through each of these segments in a little more detail and explain how we've been able to incorporate the community and the council's input that we've received to date. First, we'd like to start with the recreational development that you see in green throughout the site. There's 2 primary locations for recreation. The first is on the western edge with a pocket park. This would be considered an extension of the existing San Lorenzo Park. Towards the eastern edge is a larger area, which we've increased for different uses and a wide area that provides that buffer between the future aeronautical and the existing residential properties. This area was expanded by 6 acres by using 5 acres from the safety zone and 1 acre from the proposed aeronautical development. As I mentioned, that buffer area is 200 to 320 feet of linear feet. So in all, 7 acres of the site will be set aside for this purpose. Additionally, you also see that trail, in addition to the trail that connects between Kennedy Park and San Lorenzo Park, there's also 2 connection points for a future Bayside Trail that could be connected to the ones that are in the region already. We also wanted to note that it's important that the developers of the new business center would be required to set aside at least 9 acres for open space and parks. Therefore, the effective amount of open space for the entire site will increase from 30 to at least 39 acres. And one say you can see that there's an example of a linear park that runs through the middle of that business center to provide public space for a lot of activities right within the development, as well as providing an additional east-west connection. This requirement, as well as other specific uses, can be placed on the developer as part of the entitlement process in those future steps. Finally, with many of the specific recreational uses brought forward, such as a dog park, sports fields, the airport viewing area, and art installation, those can be discussed further with the community and the council once the FAA has provided a review of this site plan and prior to any development of any RFPs that are released for the site. Those specific uses are not part of the approval of this preliminary site plan. Next is the future aeronautical use. This development area was reduced from 14 acres to 11 acres, the minimum area possible, with the difference allocated to the parks and open space. As noted earlier, there is that buffer by the recreational development that is about the length of a baseball field at San Lorenzo Park. It's important to know that the T or shade hangar development is meant to accommodate smaller general aviation aircraft, potentially including electronically powered aircraft. It's not intended for jet aircraft storage. In the center of the area, you do see the FAA's airport safety zones, which we reduced from 36 to 28 acres. The majority of the 8-acre difference was dedicated to open space with less than half that amount committed towards the business center. As mentioned in our previous slides, we are required to keep this area clear of all objects. That includes buildings and trees and avoids gatherings of people for those safety purposes. And lastly is the future business center development. This area was increased from 47 acres of the previous plan to 50 acres. However, the developer will be required to set aside at least 9 acres for that open space and parks, as well as provide for other amenities such as the trails and parks. You can see that much of the area that was from airport safety zone is now would be another pocket park, as well as that linear park. The high-level businesses would be pursued for this development, such as life sciences or technology companies. And it's important to note that the location and size of the buildings that we show here are very conceptual in nature, just intended to show a representation of what the site could look like as one possible concept based on what we've received. With that, I'd like to turn it over for questions, unless Alex or Doug would like to add anything else.
Thank you. I will ask if there are any council questions right now. Councilmember Armenio.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at the map. I did not quite see an airport viewing area. Did I miss it, or is that something that is no longer possible, or is that possible in the parking trail staging, or did we drop it?
It is located right adjacent. It could be located anywhere, but we do have a kind of a call out box right below the yellow airport safety zones. Right, so it would be along the border of the current clubhouse drive.
Okay. All right. Are there the drawing that I have on the staff report doesn't have has trees north of the airport safety zone, but I was looking at the staff report. Okay, but your slide here doesn't have any trees on the north side of the airport safety zones. Are there not small trees that could be planted there?
Are you talking along the multi-use pathway along the airport safety zone?
So most of the trail is surrounded by trees. So this would be a barren area. Is it possible to plant small trees that would not hinder pilots as they're taking off?
That is something we'd have to take to the FAA to get their opinion. Ideally, it is a clear area that there are no items such as trees or buildings. But that is something, knowing the visual aesthetics of the area now, that we might be able to take to the FAA as a discussion point.
Okay. Yeah, the staff report has them, but then your slide does not. And then Sulphur Creek on the south, on the west-south side, below the industrial area, is that not perhaps an area that can be improved? We're going to be covering up part of Sulphur Creek on the airport, and people are wanting to for us to make improvements in other areas of Sulphur Creek. Could that be a possibility?
I will let Doug add, but I think that might be slightly outside of the scope of what we've been looking at as part of this project. I know that there are a lot of environmental considerations for Sulphur Creek, so it could be investigated further.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Doug, did you want to add?
We can definitely look into that. Again, the environmental would be the big question, but I don't see any other reason not to do it.
Yeah, because, you know, the Friends of San Lorenzo Creek are wanting a place for us to improve, and that could be a logical place. Okay. Thank you very much, Doug and Alex. Anybody else?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. Appreciate the work, the ongoing work on this, and just wondered, had you had a chance to review the research around urban agriculture on airport property?
Yes, we're in the process actually of writing a memo, which you'll have shortly, and we've investigated it, and we'll have some answers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other council hands up. I just want to clarify that what we're being asked to do tonight is take this plan that we've been working on, transmit it to the Federal Aviation Administration for an initial review. It doesn't mean the end of planning here. So, you know, all these ideas are still good and probably still in play, but we need to get now the input from the Federal Aviation Commission, since they have a lot to say about properties that are located near airports. So
exactly.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to open public comment on this item and ask if there are any. I don't see any hands raised, either from. Oh wait, there is one. Okay, Mimi Dean.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to see some really much needed improvements in this map, and I think it's totally fabulous. I do have a couple of things I want to say, though. In the airport safety zone, is it possible for us to plant low-lying native plants like shrubbery, things that don't get any taller than like 3 feet? Because that could really beautify the area, and at the same time, you know, be very, very low lying and not interfere with aviation. Okay, so that's one thing. Another thing I wanted to say is I hope that we could have more access points to get into the trails around the perimeter. I'd also like to say that I really want you guys to look at the slide from the original presentation of the airport safety zone. I sent it in an email to a bunch of the city council members tonight. And I wanted you to notice that if you look at the Google map, the clubhouse is not in the airport safety zone. And you look at the slide that was presented to us at one of the meetings in July and August and September, the airport safety zone slide, you can see that it's not, the clubhouse is not in the safety zone, it's adjacent to it. So I think we should be doing everything we can to save the clubhouse since it is not in the safety zone. I think that's really important because I think that, you know, we can, if we're gonna have community gardens, that clubhouse could be a really important place for people to be able to use as a facility to process the food that might be grown there, and perhaps have small meetings since it's outside the safety zone. I wish that you could show that slide, if that's at all possible for you to dig that slide out. It's the one that showed all the different zones, and maybe we could look at it together.
I don't know if we have that one with this particular presentation. We wanted to, we'd covered that extensively before, and I don't think we have it.
Yeah, well, I did send it to a bunch of the city council members, so I want people to be able to look at it. That's about all I have to say right now. I really appreciate that we're doing everything we can to get more open space and more trails. Oh, I want to say that I would love to walk around SkyWest with anybody that wants to walk. I've been kind of walking around and thinking about where we should put benches. So like walking trails with like a bench at every quarter or half mile. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. And again, this is not, what we're doing tonight is not a final, plan, but just we're going to send what we have to the Federal Aviation Commission. So we will, once we will be, sorry, having another look at this, I think. So before there's any final action. So with that, I don't see any other hands raised from the public. And so I'm going to go back to, oh, there is now another hand raised. Michael Freed.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Holliday.
Yes.
Council member. Yeah, I just got off of a meeting with the Oakland, redistricting group, and really interesting. Really appreciate the time that you're spending. This, the airport situation, and I'm not really sure what you've heard before, but I would really hope that you do get out there. The last word from the speaker was to go out and take a walk. I think that's really important to really look at these places where we're, trying to figure out what to do with the SkyWest property. Maybe save some of it as open space for the public, and treating it as a real asset and not just, kowtow to whatever the FAA says. I know that they've got a lot of power, but I don't know, just want to weigh in support of taking our time with these things. I was a resident of Hayward for a long time and really interested in staying connected. So thank you very much for your time, and listen to the speakers that are coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Now with that, well, yes, there is another hand raised now. CCA.
Hello, this is Cindy Torres. I'm a resident of Treeland. I know I'm outside of the Hayward city limit. However, I would like to give my support for saving as much open space as we can. There is a huge deficit in all of the Alameda County. And as far as the clubhouse, as you said, I think that should be saved. It's outside, it's adjacent to the airstrip, and we also have places. We need places where we can meet. So that's just my thoughts, and look forward to further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, I will go back to, I'll close public comment and go back to council. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the callers from the surrounding neighborhood, and just, thank you for their input along this process. This is still at the very beginning of the process, I guess, to some extent, and there's what we see in front of us today may not be what we see, in the final analyses at the end of this. So, but it is good to hear support for what we are submitting to the FAA. So with that said, I wasn't sure if the chair of the airport committee was going to make the motion, but I will defer to him. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Zermeño, Chair Zermeño of the Airport Committee. Did you want to make a motion?
Well, I was just wondering if we did need to make a motion because it says further comments.
Yes, they are asking for, they're asking, I believe, for a motion and a vote on to authorize them to transmit the draft site plan to the Federal Aviation Administration for initial review. I do see.
Yes, thank you. I was reading the staff report. It says provide further comments, but then with that, thank you, colleague Salinas. I will actually second colleague Salinas' motion.
Okay.
And the idea is that I requested more open space, and we have more open space. I requested more trees. We have more trees, so I think it's excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I would like to ask Director Amiri if we are able to address some of the concerns regarding the clubhouse.
We will definitely look into it and see if there is any possibility to save it. If there is, and if it is okay with the FAA, we will do everything we can to save that. There is no project, there is no program to demolish that if it is not, something that FAA is not going to require.
Awesome. And since it's there, I feel like it shouldn't be necessarily a problem, but who knows, right? What they consider a problem moving forward. And then to the comments regarding the chair, or the benches, I should say. I genuinely do support that. In our current Hayward shoreline, I think that they're placed every half a mile, maybe even further out. And I will say, as a person who walks with my father every now and then, it's a lot for an older individual, with some health problems. So I would say even every quarter mile, if there are a bench or something that can be placed for people to really just enjoy being outside, if you will. I do appreciate all of the hard work that you and your staff have put into this. I know that you guys have had different conversations with not only the stakeholders involved, but just the surrounding area. And I think that this is a pretty decent plan, incorporating some of the things that were requested, as well as with the limitations that we have because of the FAA. With that being said, I would be supportive of this. I also just want to highlight that I am genuinely wanting to protect the clubhouse and have the benches at a quarter mile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands raised here, either here in the chambers or on Zoom, I will also be supporting the motion. Again, this is just a step in the process, and this is sending it to the FAA to see what they have to say. The decisions are not always in our power, as we have learned from the last item and this one too. Sometimes there are other forces out there that get some say in the matter, and this is one of those cases. So with that, on the motion to approve the staff recommendation to send this on for initial review by the FAA, made by Councilmember Salinas and seconded by Councilmember Zermeño, two of the members of the Airport Committee, along with me. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll for the vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas. Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you. And we'll look forward to hearing back from you when we get that review back from them.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to item number 14, which is, let's someone just mentioned this actually, I know the supervisors met this evening, but there is still time for us to weigh in on the plans for redistricting. And so this item would have us adopting a resolution providing feedback to the Alameda County Board of Supervisors on the proposed draft 2021 redistricting maps. And we'll start with a report from City Manager McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And we brought this item forward at the request of a couple of council members and also our county supervisor, who also asked that the council weigh in, given that there are some significant changes in the draft maps that are being circulated in terms of representation from the Board of Supervisors, the County Board of Supervisors. So the staff report presents what are currently, well, up until late last week, there were 3 options that the County Board of Supervisors was considering for the redistricting after the 2020 census. And then based on some community feedback, there was a 4th visualization that was added last week. So we were able to include that in the packet. This is kind of like real time as we're moving through this process. The Board of Supervisors was having a meeting this evening to discuss, further discuss the options. They will be holding their first public hearing on December 7th, so we at least needed to get a sense from the council tonight on preferred options, and then we can transmit that to the Board of Supervisors. If the council doesn't feel like they can come to consensus on a single map, one process we might suggest for the council this evening is for each of you to rank your maps in their preferences in real time, and then we can sort of tally that and transmit it to the Board of Supervisors. So that's just another option if it doesn't look like the council is in consensus on which of the 4 maps are preferred. And I do, see if I can get the technology to work here. I do have the maps that I can share on the Zoom screen, and we'll see if I can get these up here. Oh, maybe. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, I believe, there we go. So here is, can folks see that on the screen? Great. So this is the existing supervisorial districts. You'll see currently Hayward is contained wholly within District 2, along with Union City, all of Newark, and then parts of Fremont. The first option, let's see if I can zoom this in here a little bit. There we go. This is testing my technology skills right now. So here, this is the first visualization, and you'll see this pink line here that kind of goes through Sunol, and the mayor did point out to our county supervisor that they missed actually labeling Hayward as a city on the 3 maps, which we were quite displeased with. But on the latest, the 4th option, they did put Hayward on the map. So this first visualization is one that remains almost identical to the current district boundaries. You'll see a slight change here in Sunol, a slight change in West Oakland, and also Castro Valley Ashland. So this is probably the most, visualization A is probably the most similar to the current state of affairs. Visualization B, basically, you'll see here changes, these pink lines are the existing districts. Let's see if I can describe this. So what would happen here is Hayward would be split in 2, but District 1, which would include Dublin, Livermore, Pleasanton, Sunol, would also come into Hayward and basically take a good chunk of the Hayward Hills and South Hayward into District 1. So basically that whole South Hayward and the Hill area would then be represented by Supervisor Halbert's district currently. And the balance of Hayward would then go into what is now Supervisor Miley's district. And Supervisor Valle would then move farther south. It's easier to say it by name so folks know versus districts numbers. Visualization C, again, basically changes. So Hayward becomes partially in, let's see if I can say this. So stays mostly within Supervisor Valle's district, comes up here a little bit. And then Supervisor Miley's district would come down a little bit further south. So again, more of a split, but still very similar. And then this is attachment, or this is the visualization D, which is the latest one. Also stays fairly similar, but again, splits Hayward between Supervisor Valle's district, he would take a good chunk of South Hayward and West Hayward, and then Supervisor Miley would get a good chunk of Northern Hayward and the Hayward Hills. So those are the 4 visualizations. Happy to answer questions. Again, this process, I'm sure Councilmember Lamnon, I know, has been tracking it in a lot more detail than I have, and probably can answer more of the questions than I probably can, but I will try to respond to questions as possible. And then we're happy to take feedback from the council. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen so everyone can see each other, but happy to bring up these maps again.
Okay, great. Yeah, anybody who wants to see one of those maps, I think we can get it back, but let's see.
One quick question before we go.
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Did you happen to get any updates from tonight's meeting before?
I have not received any updates yet.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Councilmember Lamnon, for keeping this in front of all of us for the last few months, actually, I think. And I have to say that after my eyes glazed over a little bit of some of the stuff at the beginning, but I am now really getting used to looking at these maps and thinking about this issue. And I'm ready to make some comments tonight. But first, we'll go to Councilmember Zermano. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Councilmember Zermano? Because I'm going to open public comment on this too.
Questions first,
Question, correct? Yeah, and then I want to open public comment.
Just to be clear in my mind, both B and C split Hayward, correct?
it's actually
A and B.
D splits Hayward.
B splits it, and
so
C
it's
also.
B, C, and D, although C is not as, B, C, and D all split Hayward. Yeah.
All right, okay, that was, D is also split? I wasn't sure about D.
Yeah, D splits Hayward. It comes down, I'll pull it up real quick. Hold on so everyone can see it.
It's like the
There, this is D. Okay, so the pink line is the existing boundary here. It goes through Fairview. See this dotted line here?
Uh-huh.
It's a very small piece of Hayward. Oh wait, no, it's actually here. It comes up here, between this pink line and this brown line. Okay. That would be in Supervisor Miley's district, and that is Jackson is right here. Kind of comes through. Okay. It comes through there.
And that's Mission, I believe.
Yeah, Mission is right here. Yeah. So it would be mostly North Hayward and the hills and most of downtown.
Okay. Would you mind me saying that I'd rather not have Hayward be split? That's a question.
So we
it's
could,
a question.
Well, I'm happy to weigh in. Do we want to just answer technical questions first, and then we can talk about some of the pros and cons after we hear public comment?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and open up public comment because we do have a member of the public who wants to speak on this, and that is Mimi Dean.
Hey, how are you guys again? Hey, listen, I just wanted to tell you that I just came from the redistricting meeting, and the map that they sent forward was actually map A. And so it looks like it's going to be map A, and it was a five votes were all for map A. And they are going to be doing a little tweaking with it. So I'm hearing some comments now about Hayward wanting to stay in one. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. So so you don't have to look at other stuff that's not going to happen. So it's map A for now. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the update, although I don't think that is a final decision, is it?
No, it's that the public hearing is officially on December 7th. So if we wanted to provide an alternate that the Hayward Council supported, we could still provide that in advance of the December 7th public hearing. That's just the one option I think that the board wanted to move forward and finalize as the preferred recommendation.
That's right. That's right. So I just wanted to say that though, so you know.
No, we
Thank you
appreciate
very
that.
much.
We appreciate the report because we've all been tied up this evening and weren't able to follow
Yes.
that.
This is my fourth meeting of the day, so I can relate.
Great.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys.
Well, thank you for your attention. And then we do actually have another speaker, Michael Freed.
Hi again. Yeah, I was just sitting in and leaning in on this last comment. Yeah, I left the meeting too right after it was over, and they had made the recommendation and voted 5-0 to not the adoption of it in total, but to keep it open for tweaking, as they kept using the word tweaking. And so there's still plenty of time, I think, next few weeks to get Hayward City Council's opinions on the thing. And yeah, anyway, that's what they've got so far. Draft map. Single one, I think, at this point. Still options to possibly have a second draft map. They're not tied to just one, according to the council, to the legal counsel. Anyway, yeah, just an update. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands raised from the public, we'll close public comment and go back to council. And I'll go to Councilmember Zermano.
Mayor, thank you. My last comment, it was not a question, but I neglected to thank colleague Lamner for all hard work on this. And I suppose this is the best time to do it again. So colleague Lamner, thank you. Very good. Posting everywhere. I do not want Hayward to be split. So I move that we send a note to our supervisors that we opt for Plan A.
Well, let's see if your colleagues agree. Does anyone want to second that motion? Council? Do you want to second the motion and then comment? Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Zermano on that. You know, I was looking at the maps and, well, I'll keep it short, and I don't like Hayward to be split either. I certainly don't want west of Mission Boulevard being split and being included with Pleasanton, Livermore, and some. I mean, it absolutely makes no sense. And so, anyways, I'll keep my comments on that. And if we can recommend Map A, it seems like that's what they're going to do tonight. I know there's going to be another meeting, but as of right now, I certainly will support Map A. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilmember Lamnon is next, and then Councilmember Marquez.
Okay. Thank you. I deeply respect the opinions of my colleagues on many things, and of course on your strong protection of Hayward. I am deeply troubled about the board settling on A, and I would urge us to not do that. The problem with Map A is that sorry, let me back up for a second. There is new state law that requires that people who live in lots of areas, people who live in a district get to say where the line should be. And it is now state law that is incorporated into the new maps. And so there has been over 100 comments. Map A includes the smallest amount of those comments. It negates public input. And to me, that is not acceptable. I think Map D does a balanced job of community. Somebody has to be split. The way population is in this county, that's how that works. And I would rather see that split happen in places where there are city councils that can kind of keep an eye on those areas. And so Map D divides Oakland into two, Hayward into two, and Fremont into two, but allows communities that are smaller, that may not have as much opportunity to collaborate, to be together and have a unified voice. The other piece that is really critical is making sure that resources are balanced across the county. We know that doesn't happen now. And by preserving the status quo, which is map A, we reinforce that that we are okay with all the resources going to Oakland. I personally am not okay with that. And I say that as a member of this council and as a resident of Hayward, not as a member of the coalition that is working to make sure that community input happens in this. And so I would urge us to not support map A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Councilmember Marquez now.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, can you please put up map D, but map D again? I apologize. I'm not feeling too well, you guys. Sorry. So
That's
I'll
okay.
try to
Let me do that
precise.
real quick.
Thank you. Just want to visually make sure I'm viewing this correctly.
There you go.
So D is splitting Hayward. So South Hayward would be grouped with
It's like it's cut in half. So I don't know if you can see my cursor, but there's kind of there's a line that comes here along Jackson, and then it goes, almost looks like it goes right along like Soto, because here's Mission Boulevard. So the dividing line would be kind of right through the middle of the Jackson Triangle neighborhood.
Got it. So what I'm seeing, pink would stay in 2, and then above the green would move to 4. So 2 would be Via, and 4 would be Supervisor Miley.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And do we know this is based off of population count? This is based off current numbers from the census. Is that correct?
Yes, you'll see these percentages. So this is the variant from the 2010 census. So for example, supervisorial district 4, you'd see a decrease in population in that district by 3.82%. Supervisor, the district 2 would increase.
Decrease in population.
Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Sorry, sorry, I apologize. Go for it, Councilmember Lamb.
No, it's okay. Just, so the number, there is if you take the total population of Alameda County, which is about 1.6, 1.7 million people, divide it by 5, you get an ideal population for each district. And so those numbers are the amount of deviation from that ideal population.
Thank you. See, like I said, I'm new to this topic, so I appreciate the technical clarification. Sorry.
With the aim being getting it closer to zero as possible, right? Okay, but.
Okay, so just visually looking at this, one of the things that just jumps out at me is that the city of Hayward is the 3rd largest city in Alameda County. And we have been competing, struggling for resources for decades. I feel like every year it's a battle to figure out how are we going to keep St. Rose open. You know, we've been very creative in allocating where it's appropriate CDBG funds. So I am inclined to support MAP D because I think it will provide an opportunity to advocate and leverage for more county resources and dollars to come to Hayward. I would imagine that having 2 supervisors represent our city. Historically, our supervisors have worked in collaboration with our cities. Our council members are very active. So I just see it as a matter of collaborating, partnership, having a strategic focus on how to improve outcomes in Hayward. And I feel like we have a better shot at doing that if we recommend MAP D. So that would be my preference. And thank you, Councilmember Lamnin, for keeping us all informed. You've done an amazing job on your social media, as well as council comments at the end of our meeting. So thank you for your work and your volunteer efforts on this endeavor. And I hope that others will join me in looking at considering MAP D. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, let's see, I will ask Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I do appreciate a lot of work. I know that this has been kind of an ongoing process. The redistricting efforts, you know, a lot of the maps that have been coming up have been looking different per each one. And there has been a lot of input. I know earlier in this year, we actually as a council supported to ensure that community voices are heard, community members, and the redistricting effort is in line with community input. I fully support that. I will be abstaining on this particular item because I also believe that it is not appropriate for individuals to potentially vote on something that really does affect the community. I definitely have significant opinions on what's happening, but I also don't believe in gerrymandering districts. So I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't. Councilmember Andrews, did you want to weigh in on this at all? We haven't heard from you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't quite sure what to say regarding this because I'm happy I'm going last at least because I'm very confused on from map 2D or the D map versus the other map. So I was hoping maybe I can get a walkthrough once everyone was done commenting.
So that's a good idea, and I'm going to go ahead and make my comments, since I haven't commented either, but, and I'm going to say that I do agree with Council Members Lamnin and Marquez about D, and if you could just put it up again. I mean, first of all, where they are splitting Hayward so that rather than have our entire city in one supervisorial district, there will be 2 different supervisors representing us. And I think that probably, I can't tell, it looks to me like certainly the bigger part of the city of Hayward would, the western part definitely would remain with Supervisor Valle. So we would continue to be represented by Supervisor Valle, who has represented us. I will say that the one I don't like, I can't remember if it's B or C, but it's the one that takes him totally out of Hayward. It splits it between District 1 and District 4.
I believe that's map B.
Map B?
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't like that. I mean, I do think we have been represented, and, I mean, of course, things can change, supervisors change, but still, I don't like being put into two totally different districts. So map D keeps a good part of Hayward in supervisor, in the current District 2, but also puts a part of it into District 4, where also the communities, some of the unincorporated communities that do share some interests with that side of Hayward, Ashland, Cherryland, would also be in that district, I believe, under, in 4, are in 4 now, and I think would remain there. So it would give us, it would give us that access, that to 2 different supervisors. And yet keep a large part of the city in the same district it's in now. And I think in looking at the overall picture, if you look at the way these districts are divided now, that for Pleasanton to be in District 4 requires this like appendage that comes out like a dragon head or something with a neck. To take Pleasanton, and we all know, I mean, I especially know working with the mayors of Alameda County and, meeting with them monthly, all these areas that the Tri-Valley, Dublin, Livermore, and Pleasant are a pretty common interest group and, have similar challenges and issues. And I think what map D does is actually correct that situation, which I think map A does not. Map A, I believe, it's very hard to remember. I think map A keeps Pleasanton in that District 4 and, or some other district, and separates it from Livermore. And yeah, there you are. And that's map, which one, or the A now that you're showing is, yeah, that doesn't, now, I mean, why am I concerned about Pleasanton? Well, I mean, I just think in all fairness that a little bit different configuration is maybe more appropriate, and especially that area, knowing the similarities and of issues that they face. So I personally do think that map D came up with the best, idea. And I can't remember now, does that leave Oakland being represented by 2 supervisors? Yeah. And, that's another thing. I mean, when we do see it in terms of resources, when the city of Oakland has 3 supervisors that represent them. And while we're not as big as Oakland, and I have nothing against Oakland, I might want them to get what they need, but it creates some inequities. And anyway, after having considered this, do agree that, a lot of Hayward would remain in District 2. Some of it would move into District 4, where really in that northern part and eastern part of Hayward, there is some more connection to that District 4, the rest of District 4, the unincorporated area. So I think what we have here, we have a motion that was seconded, but no one else has spoken up in support of.
And Councilmember Andrews has her hand raised, Mayor.
Councilmember Andrews, I'm sorry, do you have your?
Yes.
Sure. But let's go to Councilmember Andrews next, and then I'll come back to you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, I don't know if it's possible if Councilmember Lamnon can confirm do we know how many votes, again, you said that there weren't as many votes for map A versus the other maps. So can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of the votes for the maps?
Sure. So there is fortunately, I can't share, but there were well over 100, I want to say 150 or something, different community of interest inputs. And when the consultant presented the maps, they demonstrated this one reflects these communities of interest, these reflect this one. And in the staff report for tonight's meeting, there's a nice slide deck that demonstrates or that talks about in this map, these communities of interest are protected, these are split, et cetera. And map D has the most number of communities of interest protected. So communities have spoken up, sometimes they're groups, often they're just individuals speaking up for their communities and saying, I want, my community looks like this, and its boundaries are this way, and we share commerce with these communities or faith traditions. We have these kinds of concerns, these kinds of needs, and so we should be in a district together. And map D is the one that respects the most of those. Map A respects only 6 of them. Everybody else is 20 or more. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Did you have any other comments at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay, so that leaves us with, I'm sorry, yes, Councilmember Salinas.
So I guess the question I have is, let me back up. So is there, and I was just looking right now again, I didn't see it. So who are these communities of interest? I guess that's the first question. You said there was 100 comments. Who were they? Where did they come from? And
yeah, so there are folks from all over the county. There are students, there are business owners, they are people in need, people who attended community meetings. They're just residents, all kinds of folks from all over.
Are they voices from Hayward, or are they voices from Pleasanton? You can have 100 people from San Ramon, Pleasanton, Livermore, Dublin. I guess my question is the input are you getting that have been inputted, and where are they from? I guess specifically where are they from?
Specifically where they're from, the predominant number of folks, because we had the greatest outreach, was actually this area. There's
Cherryland, Ashland,
Hayward. Yeah. There was community outreach at both the Stack Center event, the Mariachi Festival, both libraries. We get a good amount of input from the Weeks Library, as well as some from the Hayward Main Library. So a lot of them are Eden area, a good amount from Tri-Valley, some from Oakland. The smallest participation was from the Fremont Union City area, for whatever reason.
That's the first question. So my other question is so I get the logic. More supervisors, more, perhaps more advocacy on the or more advocacy on the board for resources in Hayward, and I'll name it, St. Rose Hospital, right? And my main concern is, when it comes to county, there's a lot of things that the county is responsible for. But my central concern when it comes to county is the distribution of resources to St. Rose Hospital. I mean, for me, the county takes care of a lot of things, right? And I don't know if it's just a lack of advocacy, or maybe lack of lobbying, or however we explain it. We just have not been receiving the resources. And that I'm speaking for South Hayward in general, that hasn't gotten its share, to put it that way. And my central concern, and I don't know how Councilmember Cermeño feels about this, but my central concern is that once we start dividing Hayward, then we will be split. We may have more voices, but we may also have more voices not on our side. Having nothing against the Supervisor Halbert or even Valle or Miley, but dividing the city of Hayward, I think that's a big issue for me. And I don't know if I'm willing to take that risk to gerrymander.
We're not dividing the city of.
Well, I mean,
we're just putting our city into parts of our city into two different supervisorial.
Dividing it. I mean, I'm concerned that one district is Mission West or Mission East, right? Hayward Hills, which is higher income, higher educational attainment, higher, et cetera, and then you have on the other side of the line is west of Mission Boulevard, Jackson Triangle, South Hayward, and so we're essentially, Councilmember Wahab just said it, that we're essentially gerrymandering our city, right? So I'm very concerned. I'm not going to abstain. I think this is a vote we have to.
Well,
I
let
think
me
this
tell
is
you
something we
that
have to take,
the vote is not going to be. This is what the city of Hayward wants because 3 council members said it. What this is asking is, or what the recommendation is that you give feedback and let me, with a great deal of help from staff, I believe, draft a letter conveying Hayward's opinions. And if this council is split on the maps, that would be conveyed. I would convey that.
So let me just put this on the. Let me lend this then. Put this on the table. My concern is that once we start splitting, dividing, however you want to call it. My concern is that the more people we have representing us may not necessarily be a good thing for us. And I feel that if we have one member of the board of the supervisors that is our fierce leader, we support him or her, and we go to them for our district needs, and we fight for what we need to accomplish. And I feel that the more supervisors we have in our city, the less of an advantage we have. So that's how I feel.
Right. I don't
Mayor,
see.
if I may?
Clarifying where the maps are.
Yeah, and I just, Councilmember Lemon just pointed out, I think I had said it, the dividing line in the middle of Hayward for option map D was around Soto. It's actually Huntwood. So it kind of draws along Huntwood through the middle of Hayward is kind of where the dividing line of the district is.
And then it's 880.
Still against it.
Okay, and Councilmember,
Sorry.
thank you.
I was listening to you. I just also wanted to clarify.
Thank you for the clarification.
And Councilmember Zermania.
Yes. I agree with colleague Salinas in the sense that when you start splitting, eventually it will lead to more splits. Oakland is fine. Oakland has close to 800,000 people. You can split it many, many ways, different areas. Hayward, we're 160. I don't think it's splittable. Again, that split, really, if you look at it, it's perceived as the more affluent folks on the hill and the less affluent folks on the lowlands, the flatlands. To me, that's dangerous. We have a supervisor who, in my opinion, has done a tremendous job and is always there, fighting to make sure that St. Rose receives its measly $3 million as opposed to the $16 million that it should be receiving. And unfortunately, he doesn't really have much support from the other four supervisors. Otherwise, St. Rose wouldn't have any problems at all. Can you imagine closing St. Rose? What would happen to the west side of the Hayward that was split? I don't see this. I would rather have one strong voice for Hayward. Most of the cities are whole, and Oakland is split. Pleasanton split, and it's kind of ironic that the split then takes the upper half of our city and places them close to Pleasanton and Dublin. I would rather have one voice on that supervisor dais to make sure that he or she really fought for us 100%. No, I'm still convinced that A is the best option, simply because for those reasons, and it's just logical for us to be whole. If we were 400, 500,000 people, okay, maybe there's a split, but we're only 160,000. We have special needs. Let's keep taking our city forward with one supervisor. I don't want to say anything negative about other supervisors, but in my mind, our supervisor has done a very good job, and I think he will continue to do a very good job. So I will still support 1A. And colleague Ladman, you're speaking of D as in dog, not B as in bad. Okay, all right. And Mayor, you're also speaking of D as in dog and not B as in bad, correct? That's what I assumed. Okay, all right. And I believe also that colleague Marquez was also dog and not bad. Okay, all right.
Correct, for dog.
All right. Dog.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, I encourage you to go for Hayward. Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody else? I think Councilmember Hobb has said she wants to abstain, and that leaves 6 of us. And I'm not sure we've really heard from Councilmember Andrews definitively. And I'm not saying that you have to. If you really don't, we can vote on this. We can vote on this, the motion on the floor to have us all support map A, but that is not going to, from what I can see, carry, but It's
Well, we had-
really just, yes, it's a letter, and the letter can
originally-
certainly
may-
reflect the reality
Sorry.
of the split.
Originally, we
council.
had said that there was a resolution attached to this item, so that if the council was in consensus on a single option, the council could have adopted a resolution. I think given the split on the council, if we can draft a letter instead of taking a vote. There's no reason to take a vote because we know it sounds like, as the mayor has indicated, the motion will fail. But we could write a letter sort of encapsulating the comments from this evening and the split on the council and why there was concern, and we can also express our concern about the sort of lack of funding, the concern for preservation of St. Rose, and some of those other issues that have been raised. So that would be my recommendation. But Mayor, if you wanted to go a different way, we could do that as well.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
And if you do that, and it'd be nice if we went in that direction, I would also just ask if perhaps you run that letter by, both respectfully Councilmember Lamnon and Councilmember Marquez, and then run it by Councilmember Sedmenyo and I, so we can.
Yes.
So that this truly can be
Yeah.
a joint letter. That
Yeah.
we can,
Yeah, and we'll try. I really think we can fashion some of the concerns that have been raised here. But I do think we're split in our talk about splitting Hayward. Sometimes we split, and we all represent Hayward. But I think that. Let's see, Councilmember Andrews. Yes, please go ahead.
So I am still split in my mind about this because I do feel that I do understand both sides of A and D, and I think the concern I have is if the supervisors, I don't know what the vote was like, but if they are saying that they rather represent A than D, then I'm confused on if they want to represent us if they're not choosing D themselves. So that's what really is having me have pause, because I feel like it is more powerful to have two representatives, but only if that representative is going to truly represent us. And so I'm a little bit torn on this as well. So if we can just craft a letter stating those concerns, that would be preferable versus taking a vote.
All right. So I might need some help from the city attorney. There is a motion on the floor and a second, and I almost feel like because of that, we need to vote on it.
Mayor?
The maker can withdraw the motion, I believe.
Well, one thought, we have two council members who have not stated how they may vote. Maybe they'll vote A. I don't know. Let's put it to a vote. Sorry to interrupt.
I'll ask the maker of the motion if you would like to. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that you are the maker of the motion. So you want to keep the motion on the floor to support, to say that the Hayward City Council supports.
Map
You
A.
know that those of us who don't are going to weigh in ourselves anyway and say we didn't support that. If you want to support.
If the maker withdraws.
Councilmember Salinas, can you turn your microphone on? Sorry.
Yeah, of course I can. Thank you. If the maker withdraws and perhaps moves the item with the understanding that we draft a letter and have and have it passed by,
Yeah, I think we would draft it, send it out to everybody.
I think we can then come to something, but of course that takes the maker to remove it.
So it would be a withdrawal of the motion with the understanding, a general consensus. There would be no motion needed to have this letter drawn explaining our split. Is that what
You
we're talking
could
about?
change the motion to make that your motion, just to direct staff to craft a letter reflecting the split on the council and running it by the council members
And
as
it would
expressed.
be shared with us before it went
Absolutely.
to our supervisors?
Yes.
Is that a general consensus from our?
Yes, and the opportunity to comment back and then revise. Although this is going to have to people are going to have to pay attention and respond right away because we do
Yes.
have a deadline.
Right.
But
Yes.
Are folks in TV land in consensus with this? Colleagues Andrews, Wahab, and Marquez?
I'm sorry, what was that you just said?
Our three colleagues on Zoom, do they agree with this?
I think it's the best approach, given that we don't have consensus and we have someone who's abstaining. So I think the best approach is just to draft a letter that memorializes our thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll have a chance to review via email.
Okay, so that's 5 votes. Okay, good. All right, I will withdraw my
All right.
motion. Seconder?
All right,
All right,
so
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we're in consensus. I'm seeing that there is another request to speak by someone in attendance who, and since there are only very few people, I would like to, is there anyone who objects to briefly reopening the public
Yeah,
hearing?
the-
We
the
do
only-
want to hear from the public on this issue.
The only, just a quick follow-up, the only thing I would ask the city manager is when this letter is drafted, that it doesn't reflect that the council is split and the council, just sort of highlighting the conversation we had and.
Well, I think the two maps have basically been mentioned, A and D.
Yeah,
I don't think, so I didn't hear any support for B or C, and I know I voiced opposition to, I think it was B, right? B. So I think that would be the thrust of it,
Yes.
that some of the council members supported this, some of the council.
Okay.
There are similarities between those two maps too, in that they both kind of keep the bulk of our district in District 2. So.
And I should also mention, just to follow up with Councilmember Andrews, I don't know what the supervisor said. I don't know what their rationale was. What Ms. Dean mentioned was all news to me at the moment that she delivered it. So
I'm sorry, she is the one who spoke earlier, isn't she?
I just wanted to make that point.
Oh, okay,
So I don't
then
know
I'm
what
not
they
going to
meant.
reopen the public hearing because she actually already did. She is the one with her hands raised, and she
They
did
voted
make her comments, yeah.
unanimously.
So, yeah,
for
unfortunately, our
off-the-day.
rules don't really allow for that. So, all right, so with that, I think, so you were willing to withdraw the motion. We've agreed to a plan that we will draft a letter, we will send it out, we will reflect what has taken place in this discussion. And I do think we have something to say in that, those are the two maps that members of council, different members of council preferred, and maybe state some of the reasons stated. Just for the supervisor's consideration, they're most likely going to do what they want to do anyway. So, but no, not that I don't think they listen to us. I'm sure they listen to us, even the ones who don't represent us. But that we will attempt to do that, so we can just at least go officially on record as to having had a discussion, and this is what the discussion produced. Some differing thoughts. Councilmember Lamnon, did you want to?
I just wanted to ask a question from my colleagues, if that's okay.
You want to what?
I wanted to ask the maker and the seconder a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, gentlemen, I just wanted to make sure I understood your position. If I heard you right, it's primarily about keeping Hayward whole and less about what happens with the rest of the map. So if D had Hayward as a whole, there may or may not have been as much of an objection. The primary concern was keeping Hayward whole. Is that an accurate?
That was mine, yes.
I
would rather have it whole.
Okay.
Favor that line, and I think I'm fine with D, dog.
Okay. And is that, sorry, let me just finish this real quick with,
Mayor, sorry, can you just ask everyone in the chamber to please speak in their microphone? Not everybody is speaking.
Yes.
okay, thank you. Thank you,
And people were
Councilmember
speaking.
Marquez, for that reminder. And Councilmember Salinas, did I accurately capture?
My central concern is that too many supervisors representing us may not be in our best interest.
Okay.
And splitting Hayward puts us in that situation.
Okay.
And so that's.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The reason I ask is that there is actually the opportunity still, the window is still open to submit a different map. And so, I'm not going to ask us to craft that tonight because that would be madness. But as we work on a letter that, or other, anyway, I just, thank you.
All right, we will try to do that. We will try to reflect the comments that were made this evening, and staff can always check back individually as they're drafting this letter to see if they want to clarify what they heard. So we will attempt to have some comments based on this discussion to give to the supervisors. It's clearly not a unified, voice supporting, but that's okay too, because that reflects who we are too. And so, all right, I do appreciate everybody's input on this, and we will attempt to get to something that we can submit that reflects what we think as a group. And with that, and thank you everybody. And I do really want to, again, thank Councilmember Lamnon for really being out there early on, getting us to even look at these maps, which was kind of hard in the beginning, but So with that, we will now move on to council reports and announcements. Are there, I see okay, Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. Just wanted to give my colleagues an update on the CalPERS meeting that happened on Monday, which you may have already gotten a notice from the league about, but just very quickly was asked to speak on behalf of the city, and so testify the CalPERS is going to lower the discount rate, which probably increases our annual costs about $2 million a year. That decision is now final, and how that gets implemented will still be worked on. There was some consideration of not necessarily issuing as much debt as staff recommended to kind of pay for that, or as part of the increasing of revenue. But anyway, so that's just the quick update. I'm happy to give my colleagues more information if you'd like it later. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know. This is probably going to come to the Budget Committee to discuss, I would imagine. So that'll be the next step. Thank you again for, paying attention to a really complex and confusing subject and helping to keep us informed. Councilmember Zermeño.
Yes, to everybody out there, we'll not meet next week, but that means that we'll be at home celebrating their Thanksgiving with our family, and I hope, and I'm sure all of us hope, that you do the same thing. Have a very safe family gathering this Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to A1 Community Housing Services. They're a nonprofit here in Hayward. They had their 3rd annual housing seminar this past Saturday at Chabot Community College. And I wanted to thank Deanna Gomez and our housing division. We gave a brief presentation. She did an amazing job saying it in Spanish. And there was about 150, maybe 200 people there. A lot of people just wanting to get information in regard to home ownership, down payment assistance programs, and renter protection. So just really proud of the work the city has been doing, and it was really nice to highlight all of those efforts and more work to come. So just wanted to thank our housing division team, who I know works tirelessly to address these issues in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give kudos to Hayward PD for helping and assisting in finding a missing child, having a 2.5-year-old that really hit home, and just reminding people to not leave their children in their cars. And as there have been a lot of other high-profile missing children cases that's been hitting the news waves. So just wanted to again thank you for assisting in that matter, because that really hit home. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Seeing no one and having no referrals this evening, we are going to move to adjournment. And This evening we've been talking about the County Board of Supervisors, and we all are sadly aware that we lost one of them, and they all do represent us in some ways. I think they represent Alameda County, and we are all a part of Alameda County. So it is quite a loss for all of us, and I'm speaking, of course, about Supervisor Wilma Chan, who very sadly was hit by a car while walking her dog in Alameda's South Shore. Supervisor Chan, well, first of all, I will say she was the, one of 5 county supervisors and the only female one, which I think we have, lost something there, a female voice. But also very much always a voice for children, for health care, for helping people in need. She really has been a part of representing us, our county and our state in some ways since first elected to the Board of Supervisors in 1994, and then left to spend, in 2000, to spend 6 years as the assembly member for that district that includes Alameda, and then came back and was reelected to the Board of Supervisors in 2010 and has been there ever since. So I think we all knew her. I think that we all respected her for, her compassion and her fighting for very often for, people who are less fortunate or don't have as much of a voice. And I know that she is going to be greatly missed by many. And I know that in the midst of all this, I have to say that I did call our supervisor, Supervisor Vallier, the day I first looked at those maps and was really a little upset, let's just put it that way, that the word Hayward was not on those maps. But then I suddenly realized, as I was giving him a sort of hard time about that it was a very sad day for all of them. And so I apologized for that and offered, of course, offered my condolences because of, losing when you're a 5-member board and losing a member must be really, really hard. And so anyways, we will be adjourning in her honor and memory and sending a letter, I think, probably to the Board of Supervisors and asking that they convey to her family that we adjourned our meeting in her honor. And we do a nice little certificate that we send along with that. And the other person I would like to adjourn, it's 2 people tonight, neither of whom are from Hayward, but the other one, but both having been important in some way in our community. And the second one is East Bay Times reporter Peter Haggerty. If you read the East Bay Times, which I do every day because I'm a newspaper person myself, he has been for the last few years the primary reporter for issues involving the city of Hayward. And I was really shocked to read that he had passed away at age 56. I did speak with the editor there too about that, and I think that they were all very shocked, and it was apparently very sudden. And so I just want to say that, I did start out my career as a local government, as a journalist covering local government. And so I can tell you that I do believe Mr. Haggerty was a consummate professional, and that his stories were almost always totally accurate. I mean, everybody makes mistakes on them, but accurate and fair, unbiased, not bringing his own opinion in. He really did a good job as a journalist, and I think we're going to miss his presence at that newspaper covering the city of Hayward. With that, in honor and memory of Wilma Chan and Peter Haggerty, and until 3 weeks, actually, because we are also not meeting on November. Next week is Thanksgiving, and then we're off on the 30th, I think it is, of November, because it's a 5th Tuesday. So we will be back in session on December 7th. And so again, in honor and memory of Wilma Chan and Peter Haggerty, this meeting is adjourned. didn't.